Hey everyone, thanks for tuning in. We're about to embark on a wild ride through the history of America's formation. From the first European explorers landing on the shores of the New World to the birth of a rebellious nation, this is a story of courage, conflict, and the unyielding drive for freedom. Let your mind wander through centuries of discovery, revolution, and unity, and feel the heartbeat of the land as it rises to greatness. Buckle up, because this is the journey of how America came to be. In the late 15th century, the world as it was known to Europeans was about to change forever. What had been a vast, uncharted expanse across the ocean became a focal point of exploration, conquest, and ultimately the birth of a new world. The story of America's formation began not with the indigenous peoples who had lived on the continent for millennia, but with the explorers who dared to cross an ocean in search of riches, new territories, and opportunities for glory. The catalyst for this dramatic shift came in the year 1492, when a man named Christopher Columbus, hailing from Genoa in modern-day Italy, set sail from Spain with the backing of Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand. His mission? To find a new route to Asia by traveling westward in hopes of establishing trade with the East. Columbus, like many navigators before him, believed that the earth was round, and by sailing west, he could reach the riches of the Indies. What Columbus found, however, was not the Indies. Instead, after months at sea, he landed on an island in the Caribbean on October 12, 1492. Columbus believed he had found a new route to Asia, but in reality, he had stumbled upon lands that were previously unknown to Europe. A land that would eventually come to be known as the New World. Columbus's discovery set off a wave of exploration by European powers eager to claim new lands and expand their influence. Spain, Portugal, France, and later England all sent explorers across the Atlantic in search of wealth, resources, and a chance to assert their dominance on the world stage. Columbus made several more voyages to the Americas, but it was the Spanish conquistadors who followed in his wake that would lay the groundwork for European settlement. One of the most prominent of these explorers was Hernán Cortés, who landed in Mexico in 1519 and went on to conquer the mighty Aztec Empire. The riches from the conquest of the Aztecs would fuel Spain's empire and provide the initial motivation for further exploration and settlement in the Americas. Similarly, in the northern part of the Americas, the French explorer Jacques Cartier embarked on a series of voyages in the 1530s, mapping what is now Canada. The French established settlements along the St. Lawrence River, claiming the land for France and beginning the fur trade that would become a major part of their economy. As Spain and France began to carve out their empires in the Americas, England too began to show interest in the New World. By the late 1500s, England had begun its own efforts to establish a presence in the Americas. Queen Elizabeth I's support of explorers, such as Sir Walter Raleigh and John Cabot, helped lay the foundation for the English colonial ventures. Raleigh, in particular, is famous for his attempts to establish the colony of Roanoke, which was one of the earliest English settlements in the Americas. Although it ultimately failed, the Roanoke colony marked an important step in the English pursuit of overseas territory. It was also a precursor to the more successful establishment of Jamestown, Virginia, nearly a decade later. But while the English, French, and Spanish were racing to claim new territories, the land they were discovering was already home to diverse indigenous nations. The Native Americans had lived on the continent for thousands of years, developing rich cultures, languages, and civilizations. The encounters between European settlers and Native American tribes would shape the future of the Americas, often with devastating consequences for the indigenous peoples. In the southern part of the continent, the Spanish conquistadors encountered complex civilizations such as the Inca and Aztec empires. These indigenous groups had advanced agricultural techniques, intricate social structures, and vast networks of trade. The arrival of Europeans, however, would bring with it diseases that devastated these societies. Smallpox, measles, and influenza to which the Native Americans had no immunity, wiped out entire populations, leaving vast areas of the continent depopulated and ripe for European colonization. In the north, where the French and English sought to expand their territories, the Native American tribes had their own complex systems of governance and trade. The Iroquois Confederacy, for example, was a powerful alliance of tribes in the Northeast, known for their military prowess and political organization. Other groups, like the Algonquin and the Sioux, occupied vast swathes of land and played key roles in the continent's ecology and politics. Despite the colonizers' desire to expand and settle, the indigenous tribes were not passive bystanders. They engaged in trade with the settlers, offering furs and other goods in exchange for European weapons, tools, and other supplies. However, as European settlers began to establish permanent colonies, tensions arose. Conflicts over land, resources, and cultural differences soon erupted, and the struggle for control of the continent would define much of the early American colonial experience. The early years of colonization were marked by experimentation and struggle. The Spanish were the first to establish lasting colonies in the New World, with settlements in the Caribbean and along the coast of modern-day Florida, Mexico, and South America. The French followed closely behind, establishing colonies in Canada and along the Mississippi River, while the English, in the late 16th and early 17th centuries, began to settle along the eastern coast of what is now the United States. These first English colonies, such as Jamestown, Virginia, 1607, and Plymouth, Massachusetts, 1620, were initially fraught with difficulty. Many of the early settlers were ill-prepared for the harsh realities of life in the New World. Diseases, famine, and conflict with Native American tribes plagued the colonies, and survival was uncertain. However, with time, the English colonies began to stabilize and grow. The discovery of tobacco as a profitable crop in Virginia and the eventual arrival of enslaved Africans to work the plantations allowed these colonies to thrive. The expansion of the colonies into the New World had profound consequences. The settlers brought with them European systems of government, religion, and culture, but they also brought with them destructive ideologies, including slavery and the displacement of indigenous populations. The clash of cultures and the competition for resources set the stage for centuries of conflict that would shape the identity of the Americas. As the 17th century unfolded, the foundations of a new society were being built in the Americas. The European settlers continued to expand their presence, carving out territories and establishing permanent settlements. Yet, despite the hardships, tensions, and cultural clashes, a new world was being born. A world that would grow into the United States of America. In the early 17th century, as European nations vied for control of the New World, England made its own bold attempt at colonization. The first of these efforts was the establishment of the Jamestown colony in Virginia in 1607. It marked the beginning of what would become a long and tumultuous history of English settlement in America. Jamestown, named after King James I of England, was founded by the Virginia Company, a joint stock company seeking to establish a profitable colony in the New World. The settlement was located along the James River, in what is now Virginia, and was initially populated by around 100 men, many of whom were ill-prepared for the harsh realities of life in the Americas. These early settlers were primarily gentlemen and tradesmen, lacking the skills needed to survive in an unfamiliar land. At first, the Jamestown colonists faced a multitude of challenges. The area was swampy, and the settlers lacked sufficient food and clean water. The heat and disease-bearing mosquitoes led to widespread illness, while conflicts with local Native American tribes further complicated their situation. The Powhatan Confederacy, a powerful group of tribes in the region, initially engaged in trade with the English settlers. However, as the colonists expanded their settlement, tensions escalated. Jamestown's early years were defined by a series of disasters. During the starving time, in the winter of 1609 to 1610, the colony faced near total destruction. The population dwindled to fewer than 60 survivors, many of whom had resorted to desperate measures, including eating horses, dogs, and even human remains. the colony's leadership was also unstable, with frequent changes in governance and internal power struggles. But despite the odds, Jamestown endured, thanks in part to the leadership of Captain John Smith, who imposed order on the colony and forged a crucial relationship with Powhatan. Smith's leadership was pivotal in ensuring the colony's survival, but the arrival of reinforcements in 1610 brought renewed hope. The new settlers brought additional supplies and more skilled laborers, which helped stabilize the colony. Tobacco, a crop introduced by John Rolfe, became the colony's economic savior. By the 1620s, tobacco became the primary export of Virginia, and the colony began to prosper. However, the Jamestown colonists were not the only English settlers in the New World. Far to the north, a group of Puritans seeking religious freedom established a second English colony, Plymouth, in 1620. The Pilgrims, as they are commonly known, had been persecuted in England for their religious beliefs. After initially seeking refuge in the Netherlands, they decided to establish their own colony in America, where they could practice their faith without interference. The Pilgrims set sail aboard the Mayflower, a ship that carried 102 passengers, including men, women, and children. They arrived in Plymouth, Massachusetts, in December 1620, far north of their intended destination in the Virginia colony. The harsh winter and the challenges of the New England coastline took a toll on the settlers. During the first winter, nearly half of the Mayflower passengers died from disease, exposure, and malnutrition. Despite the bleak start, the Pilgrims, led by figures like William Bradford, managed to establish a more sustainable settlement. The help of local Wampanoag tribes, particularly their leader, Massasoit, proved invaluable. The Wampanoag taught the settlers vital agricultural skills, such as how to grow corn and how to fish. In return, the Pilgrims established a peaceful alliance with the Wampanoag, which helped ensure the colony's survival. Plymouth was a small and relatively peaceful settlement compared to Jamestown, but its significance in American history cannot be overstated. The Pilgrims' arrival set the stage for future waves of religious and ideological settlers to the New World. Unlike Jamestown, which was driven by economic pursuits, Plymouth was founded on the ideals of religious freedom, and its settlers were determined to create a community based on their religious beliefs. Their first successful harvest in 1621 was celebrated with what is often considered the first Thanksgiving, a feast shared with the Wampanoag to give thanks for the year's crops and the survival of the colony. The success of Plymouth Colony was pivotal in shaping the religious and cultural identity of the New England colonies, as it served as a model for other Puritans and separatists seeking freedom from religious persecution. Over time, Plymouth became part of the Massachusetts Bay Colony, which would grow into one of the most influential of the New England colonies. The early English settlements of Jamestown and Plymouth were vastly different in their motivations and struggles, but both were instrumental in laying the foundation for English America. Jamestown, with its focus on economic expansion and resource extraction, led to the growth of plantation agriculture and the establishment of slavery in the colonies. Plymouth, with its focus on religious freedom and community building, provided a model for future Puritan colonies in New England. Despite their differences, both colonies faced similar challenges, including disease, harsh climates, and conflicts with indigenous peoples. But through perseverance, resourcefulness, and, in some cases, the aid of Native Americans, these early settlers managed to establish footholds in a land that would, over the next several centuries, grow into one of the most powerful nations in the world. By the mid-1600s, the landscape of colonial America was changing rapidly. While the early English settlements, Jamestown and Plymouth, had faced significant hardships, their perseverance laid the groundwork for the future expansion of English influence in the New World. As more settlers arrived and the colonies began to stabilize, the seeds of a diverse and complex society began to sprout across the American landscape. The Virginia colony, after overcoming its early struggles, became a model for economic success. The introduction of tobacco as a cash crop in the early 17th century transformed Virginia's economy, and soon tobacco became the colony's most profitable export. John Rolfe's successful cultivation of a sweeter strain of tobacco in 1612, combined with the development of labor-intensive plantations, paved the way for the colony's growth. Tobacco became the backbone of the colony's economy, driving demand for land and labor. As the demand for tobacco grew, so did the need for labor. Initially, indentured servants, men and women who worked for a set number of years in exchange for passage to the New World, were the primary source of labor in Virginia. However, as the colony expanded, the demand for labor became even more acute. This led to the introduction of enslaved Africans in 1619, marking the beginning of a dark chapter in American history. The first enslaved Africans were brought to Jamestown aboard a Dutch ship, and over time, the use of enslaved labor spread throughout the southern colonies. The system of slavery rapidly expanded in the southern colonies due to the profitability of cash crops like tobacco, rice, and indigo. The brutal and dehumanizing institution of slavery became deeply entrenched in the southern economy and society, shaping the region's political and social structures for centuries to come. While the southern colonies were focused on agricultural expansion, the northern colonies, particularly Massachusetts, were driven by different forces. The Puritans who settled in New England were committed to building a society based on religious principles. Massachusetts Bay Colony, founded in 1630 by a group of Puritans led by John Winthrop, became a thriving community built on the idea of a city upon a hill, a model society for others to emulate. The Puritans in Massachusetts created a deeply religious society, one that revolved around the church and the Bible. Religious observance was central to daily life, and the government was closely tied to the church. The Puritans' emphasis on education, which included the founding of schools and Harvard College in 1636, helped lay the foundation for New England's educational system. The region's economy, while not reliant on agriculture in the same way as the South, thrived through trade, shipbuilding, and fishing. New England's growing economy and society were based on a complex web of relationships between the settlers, the Native Americans, and the natural environment. The Puritans, like other colonists, faced difficulties in their interactions with the indigenous peoples, but they also formed critical alliances. The Wampanoag tribe, led by Massasoit, played a key role in the survival of the Plymouth colony, especially during its early years. However, as more settlers arrived, tensions escalated, leading to conflicts such as King Philip's War in 1675 to 1676, which decimated many indigenous tribes and marked the end of the relatively peaceful coexistence between settlers and natives in New England. In the middle colonies, including New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, the growth of the colonies was driven by a combination of religious tolerance, diverse populations, and fertile land. These colonies, known for their diverse immigrant populations, attracted settlers from a variety of European countries, including the Dutch, Swedes, Germans, and English. Pennsylvania, founded by William Penn as a haven for Quakers in 1681, became a model of religious freedom and tolerance. Penn's commitment to fair dealings with Native American tribes helped Pennsylvania grow into one of the most prosperous colonies in the New World. New York, originally settled by the Dutch as New Netherland, was taken over by the English in 1664. The colony became a key trading hub, thanks to its location on the Hudson River and its proximity to the Atlantic Ocean. New York's bustling ports and commercial economy attracted settlers from all over Europe, making it one of the most culturally diverse colonies in America. The middle colony's emphasis on farming, trade, and religious freedom made them particularly attractive to immigrants, and their growth reflected the broader trends of economic development and social mobility that were emerging in colonial America. The middle colonies, unlike the rigidly religious New England colonies or the slave-based economy of the South, developed a more flexible social structure with greater opportunities for upward mobility for both settlers and their children. As colonial America expanded, it faced numerous challenges, including relations with Native Americans, the development of labor systems, and the tensions between the British Crown and the colonists. The British government sought to exert greater control over the colonies, which had enjoyed a degree of autonomy in their early years. Tensions increased as Britain imposed taxes such as the Sugar Act, 1764, and the Stamp Act, 1765, to raise revenue from the colonies. These acts were met with fierce resistance, particularly in New England, where the colonists began to question their loyalty to the British Crown. Despite the differences between the southern, northern, and middle colonies, a common thread ran through the colonies: the desire for independence, both economically and politically. By the mid-18th century, the seeds of rebellion had been planted, and the colonies were beginning to see themselves not as subjects of the British monarchy, but as separate and distinct entities. This sense of identity, forged through years of growth and struggle, would ultimately lead to the American Revolution. The 17th century saw the birth of a new society in colonial America. The southern colonies were built on agriculture and slavery, while the northern colonies were driven by religious ideals and trade. The middle colonies, with their emphasis on diversity and opportunity, helped create a model for the future of America. Together, these colonies laid the groundwork for the great experiment in self-government that would follow. But as the colonies grew, so too did their sense of independence, a feeling that would soon lead to the most transformative period in American history, the Revolution. As the 17th century came to a close, the American colonies had grown from struggling outposts into prosperous settlements, each with its own unique character and challenges. While the southern colonies thrived on agriculture, and New England had built a religious community centered around the Puritans' ideals, the colonies were also beginning to develop their own sense of identity and autonomy. This growing sense of self-reliance would eventually lay the groundwork for a more unified, though still distinct, American identity. One of the most crucial factors in the development of early American society was the emergence of self-government. In the early years of settlement, the colonies were ruled by royal governors who were appointed by the British Crown. These governors had considerable power, but they were often far removed from the daily life and concerns of the settlers. As a result, local colonial assemblies and governing bodies began to take shape, giving colonists a greater degree of influence over their own affairs. The Virginia House of Burgesses, established in 1619, was the first representative assembly in America. It marked a significant step forward in the development of self-government. The assembly was composed of elected representatives from the various counties in the colony, and it gave the settlers a voice in the decisions that affected their lives. The establishment of the House of Burgesses was an important moment in American history, as it marked the first time that a representative government was created in the New World. Similarly, the Plymouth colony, founded by the Puritans in 1620, established its own form of self-government. The Mayflower Compact, signed by the Pilgrims before they disembarked from the Mayflower, was a simple yet powerful agreement that established a framework for governance in the new colony. The Mayflower Compact was one of the earliest documents in American history to emphasize the principle of self-rule and consent of the governed. It represented a clear break from the rigid hierarchies of Europe, where monarchs and aristocrats held most of the power. In New England, self-government took on a particularly religious dimension. The Puritans, who settled in Massachusetts, created a theocratic society in which the church and the state were intertwined. The Massachusetts Bay Colony was governed by a group of Puritan leaders who emphasized religious conformity and personal piety. While this system allowed for greater participation in local government, it was also exclusionary. Those who did not adhere to the Puritan faith were often excluded from political life and faced harsh penalties for dissent. However, even in the Puritan colonies, the spirit of self-government was alive and well. Town meetings, where local settlers gathered to discuss issues and make decisions, became a common feature of New England communities. These town meetings gave colonists an opportunity to have a direct say in the laws and policies that affected their lives. This grassroots form of democracy, although limited in scope, was an important precursor to the more representative forms of government that would later develop in America. In the middle colonies, where religious and cultural diversity was more pronounced, self-government took on a different character. Pennsylvania, founded by William Penn in 1681 as a haven for Quakers, was a particularly important example. Penn's frame of government, adopted in 1682, established a system of elected representatives and a constitution that guaranteed religious freedom and civil rights. Penn's government was notable for its emphasis on fairness and equality, providing a model for future democratic structures in the United States. While these early forms of self-government were significant, they were not without their challenges. The colonies were still heavily dependent on Britain for trade, military protection, and governance. The British Crown maintained a strong influence over the colonies, and the power of colonial assemblies was often checked by royal governors, who could veto laws and policies passed by local representatives. The relationship between the colonies and Britain remained complex, with settlers seeking more autonomy while the British government tried to maintain control over the colonies' political and economic activities. The question of self-government became even more contentious in the 18th century, as the colonies began to experience growing frustration with British rule. The British government, increasingly focused on its own struggles with European powers, began to tighten its grip on the colonies. New taxes, trade regulations, and laws such as the Sugar Act, 1764, and the Stamp Act, 1765, were imposed on the colonies in an attempt to raise revenue and maintain control. These acts, which were passed without colonial representation in the British Parliament, were seen by many colonists as violations of their rights. The slogan, "No taxation without representation," became a rallying cry for colonists who felt that they were being unfairly taxed and governed by a distant and unaccountable authority. As resentment toward British policies grew, so did the desire for greater self-rule. Colonial assemblies began to protest against these measures, and in 1774, the First Continental Congress was convened in Philadelphia to address the growing crisis. The First Continental Congress was a pivotal moment in the history of American self-government. It was the first time that representatives from all 13 colonies came together to discuss their grievances with Britain. The Congress issued a Declaration of Rights, calling for an end to British interference in colonial affairs and the restoration of colonial rights. While the Congress was not yet calling for independence, it marked the beginning of a united colonial resistance to British rule. The desire for self-government continued to grow throughout the 18th century, and it would eventually lead to the outbreak of the Revolutionary War in 1775. The colonists' struggle for independence was not just a fight against British rule, but a fight for the right to govern themselves and determine their own future. The foundations of American democracy, built on the principles of self-government, were beginning to take shape. By the time the Declaration of Independence was signed in 1776, the colonists had already established a tradition of self-government that would play a critical role in the creation of the United States. The ideas of representative government, popular sovereignty, and individual rights were deeply ingrained in American society, and they would form the basis of the new nation. It was the kind of place people whispered about in hushed tones, a forest that lingered on the edge of a small, forgotten town. The trees were old, their bark twisted and scarred by years of harsh winds and storms, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch across the entire landscape. Locals called it the Black Hollow Forest, a place where many had ventured, but few returned unchanged. Its reputation was one of mystery and dread, and despite the stories, there was always someone curious enough to venture in. For years, the Black Hollow Forest had been a place where teenagers dared each other to explore, where urban legends were born and tested. People claimed to hear voices among the trees, see shapes moving in the distance, and feel an oppressive, unnatural quiet that hung in the air. The deeper one ventured, the more distorted time and space seemed to become. Some said the forest was cursed. Others believed it to be a place where the veil between the living and the dead grew thin. But in 2025, something far more terrifying happened. A group of 4 seasoned hikers, all in their late 20s, decided to take on the challenge of the forest. They had heard the stories, of course, but they were experienced and unafraid of myths. Their names were Nathan, Jordan, Sophie, and Ella. They were outdoor enthusiasts, well-versed in navigating difficult terrain, and they had trekked across many forests in their time. They scoffed at the idea of a haunted forest, dismissing it as the stuff of small-town gossip. To them, it was just another challenge, another adventure. They set off one bright Saturday morning, their backpacks packed with essentials, food, water, and camping gear. They knew the forest was vast and uncharted, with no clear paths leading through it. But they were undeterred, confident that their skills would see them through. They had a map, a compass, and the determination to make it through what many before them had failed to. As they ventured deeper into the forest, things began to feel off. It started with the silence. The usual sounds of birds and insects were strangely absent, and the air felt unnervingly still. The forest floor, once covered in leaves and undergrowth, was eerily barren in parts, as if something had been erasing the life from the soil itself. But they pressed on, brushing aside their growing unease. By midday, they found an abandoned cabin nestled deep in the forest, its wooden structure sagging from years of neglect. It seemed out of place, like it didn't belong. Nathan, the leader of the group, suggested they take a short break inside. As they entered, the scent of mildew filled the air. Dust settled thickly on the floors, and old, decayed furniture lay scattered about. But what truly caught their attention was the strange markings on the walls. Symbols, some familiar, others unrecognizable, seemed to cover the surfaces. It was as if someone or something had been here long before them, leaving behind signs of rituals that no one could understand. Despite their discomfort, they decided to rest for a while. Jordan and Ella explored the small cabin while Sophie sat by the fire pit, trying to spark a flame. As they settled, they felt an unshakable sense of being watched. They couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was lurking just outside, hidden by the thick trees. When they finally decided to continue their journey, the forest seemed to grow even darker. The trees loomed overhead, their branches twisting in unnatural angles, blocking out the light. They started to hear things, whispers that seemed to come from the wind, distant cries that sent chills down their spines. It was as if the forest itself was alive, its presence pressing in on them from every side. As they trudged through the thick underbrush, Nathan was the first to notice something strange. He stopped suddenly, his eyes scanning the path ahead. "Did anyone hear that?" he asked, his voice low. Sophie and Jordan, startled, paused and listened. The forest was still, too still, and then a voice. It was faint, barely audible, but unmistakable. It wasn't the voice of a human, but something older, more primal. "Get out," the voice seemed to whisper. It was distant, yet the sound felt as though it was right next to them. The group froze. At first, they thought it was just the wind playing tricks on them, but then they heard it again, louder this time, clearer. "Leave now, while you still can." Fear gripped them as the realization sank in. They weren't alone. They turned back, hoping to retrace their steps, but the forest had changed. What had been a familiar trail was now an impenetrable maze of trees and shadows. Every direction they looked seemed unfamiliar. They tried calling out to each other, but their voices were swallowed by the thick air. The path they had walked was gone, replaced by an endless expanse of darkness. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and now they could hear something else, a low growl, deep and guttural, coming from the darkness. Panic set in. The group ran. But no matter how fast they moved, the forest seemed to stretch endlessly before them. They found themselves chasing their own shadows, unable to escape the grip of the trees. And then, just as they thought they might have found a way out, they stumbled upon something that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. A circle of stones, arranged in a perfect ring, as if placed there intentionally. Within the ring of stones was a single figure, kneeling in the center. It was covered in tattered dark robes, its face obscured by a hood. As they approached, the figure slowly turned its head, and their eyes locked with the figure's empty, hollow gaze. The figure rose slowly, its movements jerky and unnatural. "You should not have come," it said, its voice rasping, as though it had not been used in years. Before any of them could react, the ground beneath them seemed to shake. The trees creaked, and a horrible noise filled the air, a high-pitched screech that rattled their bones. The figure took a step forward, and suddenly the forest seemed to collapse in on them. The ground opened up, and they were swallowed by the earth. When they woke, they were no longer in the forest. The Black Hollow Forest had become a part of them, a place that would never truly leave. No one knew what happened to them that day. They returned to the village days later, but they were not the same. They spoke of the shadows in the woods, of the whispers and the growl, of the figure in the circle of stones. But no one believed them. The village, too, had changed. The once quiet place had become a town gripped by a pervasive sense of unease. The Black Hollow Forest had claimed them. And the worst part? It was still waiting for more. As European settlers began to establish their foothold in the New World, the indigenous tribes that had lived on the continent for thousands of years found themselves increasingly displaced, their land, culture, and way of life under threat. The arrival of the settlers marked the beginning of centuries of conflict, disruption, and devastation for the Native American peoples. What started as tentative trade relationships and mutual cooperation soon descended into conflict, violence, and cultural clashes that would forever alter the course of history. In the early years of settlement, relations between the settlers and the indigenous tribes were often characterized by a mixture of cooperation and mutual benefit. The settlers depended on the Native Americans for survival, especially in the early years, as they learned how to grow crops, hunt, and navigate the land. The Native American tribes, in turn, benefited from the trade goods that the Europeans introduced, including metal tools, firearms, and other commodities. Early alliances were formed, and many tribes welcomed the newcomers as potential allies against rival tribes. However, these alliances began to fray as the settlers' demands for land grew. The arrival of more settlers meant the encroachment on Native American territories. Colonists began clearing land for farming and establishing settlements, often without regard for the indigenous peoples who had lived on the land for generations. As the settlers expanded their territory, they encroached on the hunting grounds, fishing areas, and sacred lands of the native tribes. For many tribes, this was an existential threat, as their way of life was tied to the land. One of the earliest and most significant conflicts between settlers and Native Americans was the Pequot War of 1636 to 1638. The Pequot tribe, who lived in what is now Connecticut, had long been in conflict with the English settlers over trade and land. Tensions reached a boiling point when the Pequot attacked a settlement in Massachusetts, killing several settlers. In response, the Massachusetts Bay Colony, along with allied tribes, launched a brutal retaliation. The Pequot were decimated in the war, with hundreds of men, women, and children killed or enslaved. The war marked a turning point in the relationship between the settlers and Native Americans, as it demonstrated the settlers' willingness to use extreme violence to secure land and resources. While the Pequot War was one of the first major conflicts, it was far from the last. As the English colonies grew, tensions continued to rise across the continent. In New England, the Wampanoag tribe, led by Chief Metacom, also known as King Philip, found themselves increasingly pushed off their land by the expanding colonies. King Philip's War, which erupted in 1675, was one of the bloodiest and most destructive conflicts in colonial America. Metacom, desperate to preserve his people's land and way of life, united several tribes in a resistance against the settlers. The war was devastating for both sides. Native American villages were destroyed, and thousands of settlers and Native Americans were killed. The war ended in 1678 with the defeat of the Wampanoag, and Metacom was killed. The impact of King Philip's War was profound. It severely weakened the Native American presence in New England and set the stage for further colonial expansion. In the South, the relationship between settlers and Native Americans was also fraught with violence and tension. The Powhatan Confederacy, a powerful alliance of tribes in Virginia, initially engaged in trade with the English settlers in Jamestown. However, as the colony grew and the settlers began to demand more land, tensions escalated. The Powhatan, led by Chief Powhatan, attempted to drive the settlers out, leading to a series of conflicts known as the Anglo-Powhatan Wars. Despite initial successes, the Powhatan were eventually defeated, and their lands were taken by the settlers. By the early 17th century, the Powhatan Confederacy had been effectively destroyed, and their people were displaced or killed. Further west, in the Great Plains, the conflict between settlers and Native American tribes continued as European settlers pushed farther into the continent. The arrival of the Spanish in the Southwest in the 16th century marked the beginning of a long period of colonization, as the Spanish sought to control the land and convert the native peoples to Christianity. The Pueblo Revolt of 1680 was a direct response to Spanish oppression. The Pueblo people, led by a leader named Pope, rebelled against Spanish rule, driving the Spanish out of New Mexico for over a decade. The revolt was a rare instance of Native Americans successfully resisting European colonization, though it was short-lived, and the Spanish returned to the region in the early 18th century. The most significant and enduring impact of the European settlement was the introduction of diseases that devastated Native American populations. Smallpox, influenza, and measles spread rapidly among indigenous communities, as Native Americans had no immunity to these diseases. It is estimated that up to 90% of the indigenous population died from disease in the centuries following European contact. This population decline weakened the ability of native tribes to resist European encroachment and drastically altered the demographic makeup of the continent. Despite these devastating setbacks, Native American resistance to European settlement continued well into the 18th century. One of the most famous leaders in the fight against British colonial expansion was Pontiac, a chief of the Ottawa tribe. Pontiac's rebellion of 1763 was an organized effort by Native American tribes to resist British control of the Great Lakes region after the French and Indian War. The rebellion initially succeeded in driving British forces from several forts, but it ultimately failed due to lack of support and the overwhelming military strength of the British. Pontiac's death in 1769 marked the end of his rebellion, but the desire for Native American autonomy continued. The relationship between the Native Americans and the European settlers would remain one of conflict, negotiation, and eventual displacement. The European settlers viewed the land as something to be conquered and controlled, while the indigenous tribes saw it as sacred and integral to their survival. Over time, this clash of worldviews would lead to the forced removal of native peoples from their ancestral lands, culminating in policies like the Dawes Act Indian Removal Act of 1830, which led to the forced relocation of thousands of Native Americans, most notably the Cherokee, to territories west of the Mississippi River. In the early years of European settlement, the Native Americans were seen as obstacles to colonization. The settlers, driven by the desire for land and resources, often saw the indigenous peoples as expendable. However, over time, Native American resistance would play a significant role in shaping the identity of the colonies and the emerging United States. The history of Native American resistance is not one of defeat, but of survival, adaptation, and resilience in the face of overwhelming odds. As the American colonies expanded, so did their need for labor. With the emergence of profitable cash crops like tobacco, rice, and indigo in the southern colonies, the demand for labor became increasingly acute. Initially, the English colonies relied on indentured servants, European men and women who worked for a set number of years in exchange for passage to the New World. However, as the colonies grew, the supply of indentured servants began to dwindle, and planters turned to a more permanent and far more brutal source of labor: enslaved Africans. The Atlantic slave trade, one of the darkest chapters in human history, played a central role in shaping the economy and society of colonial America. The trade began in the 16th century as European nations, particularly Portugal and Spain, began to transport African slaves to the Americas to work on sugar plantations in the Caribbean and South America. By the 17th century, the British, Dutch, and French had also entered the trade, and the transatlantic slave trade became a vast and lucrative enterprise. Enslaved Africans were captured through raids or wars in Africa and then sold to European traders who transported them across the Atlantic under brutal conditions. The Middle Passage, the journey from Africa to the Americas, was a horrific experience. Slaves were packed tightly into ships, chained together, and often subjected to inhumane treatment. Disease, malnutrition, and overcrowding led to the deaths of thousands of enslaved Africans during the voyage. The survivors, however, were sold at auction upon arrival in the Americas, where they were forced to work under grueling conditions. In the southern colonies of North America, the demand for labor in the tobacco fields was particularly high. By the late 1600s, the first enslaved Africans arrived in Virginia, marking the beginning of the widespread use of African slavery in the English colonies. The growth of tobacco as a cash crop in the Chesapeake region, combined with the growing demand for labor, led to the rapid expansion of slavery in the South. Slavery was seen as a solution to the labor shortage, as enslaved Africans provided a permanent and controllable workforce. Unlike indentured servants, who eventually gained their freedom, enslaved Africans and their descendants were condemned to a life of forced labor and servitude. The legal and social systems in the colonies quickly adapted to this new system, enacting laws that defined enslaved Africans as property rather than people. This legal status dehumanized enslaved individuals and denied them basic human rights, further entrenching the institution of slavery. The expansion of slavery was not confined to the Chesapeake region. The growth of rice and indigo plantations in the Carolinas created a demand for enslaved labor in the lower South. By the early 18th century, slavery was firmly entrenched in the Southern economy. The cultivation of these crops required intensive labor, and enslaved Africans were forced to work the land under brutal conditions. Slavery became the backbone of the Southern agricultural economy, and its expansion was tied directly to the region's wealth and prosperity. While slavery was integral to the economy of the Southern colonies, it was not as widespread in the northern colonies, where the economy was more diversified. In New England, for example, the economy was driven by trade, shipbuilding, and small-scale farming. However, even in the North, slavery was not absent. In the cities of the North, enslaved Africans were used as domestic servants and laborers in households and businesses. Slavery existed in the northern colonies, but it was far less visible and less central to the economy than it was in the South. The economic system of slavery in the southern colonies was supported by a deeply entrenched racial hierarchy. Enslaved Africans were treated as inferior to white colonists, and this belief in white supremacy was reinforced by laws, culture, and religion. The concept of race was used to justify the brutal treatment of enslaved people, and racism became a cornerstone of American society. The legacy of slavery and racial discrimination would continue to shape the nation long after slavery itself was abolished. The rise of slavery in the American colonies was not without resistance. Enslaved Africans resisted their oppression in numerous ways, from subtle acts of defiance like work slowdowns and sabotage to more overt forms of resistance, including running away and rebellions. One of the most famous slave uprisings was the Stono Rebellion of 1739, in which a group of enslaved Africans in South Carolina attempted to escape to Spanish Florida, where they were promised freedom. The rebellion was brutally suppressed, but it highlighted the growing tension between enslaved people and their masters. Despite these efforts, slavery continued to expand in the southern colonies throughout the 18th century. The British colonies, which had grown into a thriving and diverse society, became increasingly reliant on enslaved labor. By the time of the American Revolution in the late 18th century, the institution of slavery was deeply embedded in the economy and culture of the southern colonies. The cotton gin, invented by Eli Whitney in 1793, would later revolutionize the cotton industry and further entrench slavery in the South. The expansion of slavery in the southern colonies had far-reaching consequences. The wealth generated by enslaved labor in the South helped fuel the growth of the American economy as a whole. and the demand for cotton, tobacco, and other crops helped to solidify the South's importance as an agricultural powerhouse. However, this reliance on slavery also created deep divisions within the country, particularly as the northern colonies, which had long since abolished slavery, began to see the institution as morally wrong. The question of slavery's place in American society would become one of the most contentious issues in the years leading up to the Civil War. While the Southern economy was built on slavery, the abolitionist movement in the North grew stronger, calling for the end of the institution. The contradictions between the ideals of liberty and equality espoused in the Declaration of Independence and the reality of slavery would eventually lead to the secession of the Southern states and the outbreak of the Civil War. The legacy of the Atlantic slave trade and the rise of slavery in the American colonies is undeniable. It shaped the social, political, and economic landscape of the United States and continues to influence the country today. Slavery was a central institution in colonial America, and its impact can still be felt in the ongoing struggle for racial equality and justice. The story of slavery in America is not just a story of exploitation and oppression, but also of resistance, resilience, and the fight for freedom. By the mid-18th century, tensions in North America were growing, not just between European settlers and Native American tribes, but also between the European powers themselves. For years, the French and the British had been engaged in a struggle for supremacy on the continent, with each side allying with different Native American tribes to further their goals. The French and Indian War, also known as the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763, would prove to be the turning point that changed the course of American history, setting the stage for the eventual American Revolution. The roots of the French and Indian War can be traced back to the competition between France and Britain for control of North America. While Britain had established a series of prosperous colonies along the eastern seaboard, France had long controlled vast territories in the interior of the continent, including much of what is now Canada and the Great Lakes region. The French colonies were primarily focused on the fur trade, relying on alliances with Native American tribes to supply their markets in Europe. The British, on the other hand, had a growing agricultural economy and a need for new land. The war was triggered by disputes over territorial claims in the Ohio River Valley, an area that was seen as critical for trade and expansion. Both the French and the British claimed the region, and as the colonies expanded westward, conflict became inevitable. The British wanted to push further into the interior, while the French sought to maintain control over the land that linked their Canadian territories to the Mississippi River. Native American tribes were divided in their allegiances, with some supporting the French, while others sided with the British, depending on their relationships and trade agreements. In 1754, the first major military action of the war occurred when a young George Washington, then a lieutenant colonel in the Virginia militia, was sent to the Ohio River Valley to protect British claims against French expansion. Washington's forces clashed with the French at the Battle of Fort Necessity. Although Washington's troops were defeated and forced to surrender, the skirmish marked the beginning of a larger conflict that would engulf the entire continent. The war quickly escalated as both sides called on their allies. France sent troops from Canada, while Britain dispatched forces from its American colonies and Europe. The French, with their relatively small colonial population, relied heavily on Native American alliances to fight the British. The Native American tribes, for their part, were divided in their support. Some, like the Iroquois Confederacy, sided with the British, hoping to benefit from British trade and protection, while others, such as the Algonquin and Huron, allied with the French, whose trade relationships with them were well established. The early years of the war saw a series of battles fought along the frontier, with the French initially gaining the upper hand. French forces, along with their Native American allies, were able to launch a series of successful raids against British settlements and military posts. They also captured several British forts, including the strategic Fort Oswego on the shores of Lake Ontario. However, Britain's vast resources, including its powerful navy, eventually began to turn the tide in favor of the British. In 1757, the British government appointed William Pitt as Secretary of State, who redirected British strategy in North America. Pitt was committed to defeating the French and took bold steps to expand British military efforts in the colonies. Under his leadership, the British increased their military presence, sending more troops to North America and allocating greater resources to the war effort. Britain also offered financial support to colonial militias, encouraging American colonists to enlist in the war. The turning point in the war came in 1759, when British forces, under General James Wolfe, captured the French stronghold of Quebec after a dramatic siege. The capture of Quebec, along with the subsequent British victory at the Battle of Montreal in 1760, effectively destroyed French power in Canada and ended their ability to maintain control of North America. The British had secured dominance over most of the eastern half of the continent. The Treaty of Paris in 1763 officially ended the war and had profound consequences for the future of the American colonies. The treaty granted Britain control over vast territories, including Canada, Florida, and all land east of the Mississippi River, while the French ceded Louisiana to Spain. The British victory over the French marked the end of French colonial ambitions in North America and left Britain as the dominant European power on the continent. However, the war also left Britain in significant debt. To pay for the costs of the war, the British government turned to its American colonies, imposing a series of taxes and trade restrictions that would have far-reaching consequences. The most famous of these taxes was the Stamp Act of 1765, which required colonists to pay a tax on all printed materials, including newspapers, legal documents, and playing cards. The colonists were enraged by this and other taxes, arguing that they should not be taxed without representation in the British Parliament. This growing discontent would soon lead to a series of protests, boycotts, and eventually the American Revolution. The war also had a significant impact on the relationship between Britain and its American colonies. During the conflict, the colonies had been encouraged to cooperate with one another in the war effort, and many Americans began to see the benefits of unity. However, after the war, Britain's attempts to exert greater control over the colonies, including the imposition of taxes and restrictions on westward expansion, fueled resentment and set the stage for the colonial rebellion that would follow. The French and Indian War also had a profound impact on Native American tribes. While some tribes had supported the French in hopes of preserving their land and way of life, the British victory left many Native Americans feeling betrayed. The British government, now in control of the vast territories won in the war, sought to regulate colonial expansion and limit the movement of settlers onto native lands. In 1763, the British issued the Royal Proclamation, which prohibited settlers from moving west of the Appalachian Mountains. This measure was designed to prevent further conflict with native tribes, but it angered many colonists who saw it as an infringement on their rights to settle land they had fought for during the war. For the Native American tribes, the British victory in the war marked the beginning of a new era of displacement and violence. As British settlers moved westward in search of new land, Native Americans were increasingly forced off their ancestral territories, leading to decades of conflict and resistance. The French and Indian War had far-reaching consequences, both for the American colonies and for the world. It reshaped the political landscape of North America, led to the rise of British power in the colonies, and set the stage for the colonial struggle for independence. For Native Americans, the war marked the beginning of a long period of hardship and displacement, as the new political realities of British rule would continue to affect their lives for generations to come. By the mid-1760s, the seeds of discontent that had been sown in the American colonies were beginning to grow into something much more powerful. What had once been a series of minor grievances between the colonies and the British government now began to take shape as a movement that would eventually lead to the American Revolution. This growing tension was largely fueled by Britain's attempts to raise revenue from its American colonies through new taxes, the first of which were the Sugar Act of 1764 and the Stamp Act of 1765. These taxes would become the flashpoints in the colony's escalating struggle for self-governance and liberty. In the aftermath of the French and Indian War, Britain found itself heavily in debt. The war had been expensive, and the British government believed that the American colonies should contribute to the cost of their own defense and the upkeep of British troops stationed on the continent. The Sugar Act, passed in 1764, was one of the first efforts to raise revenue from the colonies. Officially known as the American Revenue Act, the Sugar Act imposed duties, taxes on sugar and molasses imported into the colonies. The goal was to raise money to help pay off Britain's war debt, but it also served to control the sugar trade and enforce tighter regulation on colonial commerce. The Sugar Act was particularly unpopular in the colonies for a few reasons. First, it was seen as an infringement on colonial economic autonomy. Many colonists relied on the sugar trade, and the tax made it more expensive to import sugar from the West Indies. Additionally, the act marked a shift in British colonial policy. Previously, many of the laws regulating colonial trade, like the Navigation Acts, had been loosely enforced, allowing the colonies a degree of economic freedom. The Sugar Act represented a significant tightening of British control over the colonies' trade. Though the Sugar Act was met with protests and resistance, it was the Stamp Act of 1765 that truly galvanized the colonists and set them on the path to revolution. The Stamp Act was far more direct and visible than the Sugar Act. It required that a stamp be affixed to all printed materials in the colonies, including newspapers, legal documents, playing cards, and even almanacs. This stamp was not free. It had to be purchased, and the proceeds went directly to the British government. The Stamp Act was a comprehensive tax that affected a wide range of colonists, from wealthy merchants to lawyers to everyday citizens. The colonists were outraged by the Stamp Act, and the backlash was swift and widespread. For the first time, the colonies began to unite in opposition to British rule. The colonists' primary grievance was that they were being taxed without representation. They argued that because they had no elected representatives in the British Parliament, they had no right to be taxed by it. The slogan, "No taxation without representation," became a rallying cry for the American colonists, encapsulating their frustration with a system they saw as unjust and oppressive. The reaction to the Stamp Act was not just political, it was also economic. The colonists organized widespread boycotts of British goods, refusing to buy items subject to the new tax. Merchants in port cities like New York and Boston led the charge, and women in particular played a central role in the boycotts, producing homemade goods to replace British imports. These boycotts were highly effective, as British merchants and manufacturers began to feel the financial impact of the colonial resistance. In addition to boycotts, the colonies began to take more formal steps to address their grievances. In 1765, 9 of the 13 colonies sent representatives to the Stamp Act Congress, held in New York City. This was the first unified action taken by the colonies to resist British rule. The Congress issued a Declaration of Rights, stating that the colonies had the same rights as Englishmen and that they should not be taxed without their consent. The declaration also called for the repeal of the Stamp Act and other taxes that had been imposed on the colonies. The pressure from the colonies was too great for the British government to ignore. In 1766, after months of protests and economic disruption, the British Parliament repealed the Stamp Act. However, the repeal was accompanied by the passage of the Declaratory Act, which stated that Britain had the right to tax the colonies in all cases whatsoever. This act made it clear that while the Stamp Act had been repealed, the British government would not relinquish its authority over the colonies. The colonists saw this as a warning that Britain would continue to impose taxes and exert control over their affairs. The Stamp Act crisis marked a turning point in the relationship between Britain and its American colonies. While the repeal of the Stamp Act was seen as a victory for the colonists, it also set the stage for future conflicts. The British government, though backing down on the Stamp Act, was determined to assert its authority over the colonies, and the colonies were equally determined to resist any further attempts at taxation without representation. The tensions that had been building for years were now coming to a head, and the colonists began to recognize that they were no longer willing to be subjects of the British Crown. The Stamp Act had united the colonies in their opposition to British rule, and this unity would play a crucial role in the events that followed. As the years passed, the British government continued to impose taxes on the colonies. The Townshend Acts of 1767, which taxed paper, glass, lead, and tea, further alienated the colonists. These taxes were met with more boycotts and protests, culminating in events such as the Boston Massacre in 1770, when British soldiers killed 5 colonists during a confrontation. The Boston Tea Party of 1773, in which colonists disguised as Native Americans dumped British tea into the harbor in protest of the Tea Act, escalated tensions even further. The Sugar Act and the Stamp Act were the first steps on the road to revolution. They revealed the deepening divide between Britain and its American colonies and set the stage for the broader struggle for independence that would come in the years following. The American Revolution, which would erupt in 1775, was fueled by the same issues that sparked resistance to the Stamp Act: the desire for self-governance, the belief in the rights of colonists, and the refusal to accept the authority of a distant government that did not represent their interests. The American quest for independence had begun, and the battle for liberty would soon unfold. The road to revolution was marked by a series of violent confrontations, public outcries, and acts of defiance. As British taxes and military presence in the American colonies increased, so did the resentment and anger of the colonists. 2 key events, the Boston Massacre and the Boston Tea Party, would serve as pivotal moments in the growing divide between Britain and its American colonies, propelling the colonies closer to war. In the 1760s and 1770s, tensions in Massachusetts were particularly high. Boston, the largest city in the New England colonies, was a hotbed of resistance to British policies. The British had stationed troops in the city to maintain order, especially in light of the growing protests and unrest. These troops were unpopular, viewed by many colonists as an occupying force sent to intimidate and control them. The presence of the soldiers only heightened tensions, as they were often seen as foreign invaders, enforcing British laws and taxes with force. The Boston Massacre, which occurred on March 5, 1770, was a culmination of these escalating tensions. A group of colonists, protesting the presence of British soldiers in the city, began to taunt and throw snowballs at a group of British soldiers guarding the customs house. The situation quickly spiraled out of control. The soldiers, feeling threatened by the crowd, opened fire on the protesters, killing 5 colonists and wounding several others. The dead included Crispus Attucks, an African-American who has since been remembered as the first martyr of the American Revolution. The Boston Massacre was a turning point in colonial resistance to British rule. News of the shooting spread quickly throughout the colonies, and the event was immediately used as propaganda by colonial leaders. The incident was portrayed as an example of British tyranny and brutality, with the British soldiers as oppressors and the colonists as innocent victims. Leaders like Samuel Adams and Paul Revere seized on the massacre to galvanize public opinion against Britain. Revere, in particular, created an iconic engraving of the event, depicting the British soldiers as ruthless and cold-blooded, an image that was widely distributed and became a symbol of British cruelty. Despite the outrage, the British government did not back down. In fact, in the trial that followed the massacre, the British soldiers involved were acquitted of murder, though 2 were convicted of manslaughter and given a relatively mild punishment. The trial's outcome further enraged the colonists, who felt that justice had not been served. The massacre, however, had done its job. It united the colonists in their opposition to British rule, and the memory of the event became a rallying cry for rebellion. Just a few years later, in 1773, another act of defiance would further push the colonies toward revolution. The British government, desperate to raise revenue after the costs of the French and Indian War, passed the Tea Act, which gave the British East India Company a monopoly on tea sales in the colonies and allowed the company to sell surplus tea directly to the colonies at a reduced price. While the Tea Act was intended to help the British East India Company recover financially, it was seen by many colonists as yet another example of British tyranny, an act designed to assert British control over colonial commerce and to impose taxes without representation. The Tea Act sparked outrage in the colonies, particularly in Boston. A group of colonists, led by Samuel Adams and the Sons of Liberty, a secret organization that opposed British rule, decided to take action. On the night of December 16th, 1773, a group of about 60 men, disguised as Mohawk Native Americans, boarded 3 British ships, the Dartmouth, the Eleanor, and the Beaver, docked in Boston Harbor. They proceeded to throw 342 chests of tea into the harbor, destroying an estimated 10,000 pounds worth of tea, equivalent to millions of dollars today. The event, which came to be known as the Boston Tea Party, was a dramatic act of protest against British control over the colony's trade and economy. The Boston Tea Party was a symbolic gesture of rebellion, a direct challenge to British authority in the colonies. It was also a turning point that marked the end of peaceful protests and the beginning of more radical actions. The British government was furious, and in response, Parliament passed a series of punitive measures known as the Coercive Acts, also called the Intolerable Acts in America. These laws, which were designed to punish Massachusetts and reassert British control, closed the port of Boston, reduced the power of local government, and allowed British officials accused of crimes in the colonies to be tried in Britain rather than in the colonies. The Coercive Acts had the opposite effect of what the British had intended. Instead of quelling dissent, they united the colonies against Britain. The laws were seen as an overreach of British power, and they galvanized the colonial resistance movement. The colonies, particularly Massachusetts, began to organize more formally against British rule. The First Continental Congress convened in 1774, bringing together representatives from 12 of the 13 colonies to discuss a unified response to Britain's actions. They called for a boycott of British goods and began to organize militias in preparation for the possibility of war. The Boston Massacre and the Boston Tea Party were both critical moments in the build-up to the American Revolution. These events, along with the growing sense of injustice among the colonies, set the stage for the conflict that would ultimately lead to the colonies declaring their independence from Britain. The colonists were no longer willing to accept British authority over their affairs, and they were prepared to fight for their rights and freedoms. In the years that followed, tensions would continue to escalate, leading to the outbreak of the Revolutionary War in 1775. The Boston Massacre and the Boston Tea Party were not just isolated events. They were part of a broader movement for independence and self-governance that would forever alter the course of history. The American Revolution had begun, and the colonies were on the path to creating a new nation, free from British rule. By the summer of 1774, the American colonies had reached a tipping point. Relations with Britain had deteriorated, and the imposition of the Coercive Acts, also known as the Intolerable Acts, had pushed the colonists to the brink. These punitive measures, designed to punish Massachusetts for the Boston Tea Party, were perceived as an affront to colonial self-governance and an attempt by Britain to reassert control over the colonies. The British government had underestimated the unity and resolve of the American colonies, and in response, the colonists began to organize in earnest. It was clear that the time for piecemeal protests and isolated resistance was over. The colonies, though diverse in their interests, had a common cause: to resist British tyranny and assert their rights. To coordinate their efforts, colonial leaders called for a gathering of representatives from the 12 colonies that had been most affected by Britain's actions. This gathering would become the First Continental Congress, a crucial step toward unity and ultimately rebellion. The Congress convened on September 5, 1774, at Carpenter's Hall in Philadelphia. 55 delegates from 12 colonies, Georgia did not send representatives, gathered together, including some of the most notable figures of the time, such as John Adams, Samuel Adams, Patrick Henry, and George Washington. Although they differed in their views and approaches to colonial relations with Britain, the delegates were united in their desire to address the growing crisis. Their primary aim was to present a unified front to Britain and demand that their rights be respected. The First Continental Congress did not call for outright independence, but it laid the groundwork for future actions. The delegates began by drafting a petition to King George III, known as the Declaration and Resolves, in which they outlined the colony's grievances with British policies. The petition included a demand for the repeal of the Intolerable Acts, the restoration of self-government in Massachusetts, and the recognition of colonial rights to trade freely and without British interference. In addition to the petition, the Congress made plans to organize a boycott of British goods. This economic resistance was aimed at hurting British merchants and making it clear that the colonies would not continue to submit to oppressive laws. The delegates also agreed to convene again the following year if their demands were not met, signaling that the struggle was far from over. The Congress also took the critical step of setting up the Continental Association, a network of committees throughout the colonies that would enforce the boycott. This was the first coordinated effort to unite the colonies in opposition to Britain. While it was still a peaceful movement aimed at redressing grievances, it was a powerful sign of colonial resolve. Despite these efforts at negotiation and reconciliation, the British government, led by King George III and the British Parliament, was resolute in its refusal to cede power to the colonies. The king rejected the petition, dismissing it as the work of rebels and agitators. The British response, coupled with continued enforcement of harsh laws, pushed the colonies closer to the brink of open rebellion. The Continental Congress also addressed a crucial issue: how to deal with the growing militarization of the colonies. As tensions increased, militias were forming throughout the colonies in anticipation of possible British action. The Congress endorsed the creation of these militias, allowing them to prepare for any military confrontation. While they did not yet call for war, the Congress recognized that armed conflict with Britain was increasingly likely. In October 1774, the Congress sent a second petition to the king, known as the Petition to the King, once again asking for redress of their grievances. This petition, however, was largely ignored by the British. In the meantime, the colonial militias, especially in Massachusetts, began to train and prepare for the possibility of conflict. The colonies were already in a state of semi-militarization, with more and more colonists becoming willing to take up arms in defense of their rights. One of the most important outcomes of the First Continental Congress was the shift in the colonies' collective mindset. While there were still many who hoped for reconciliation with Britain, the events of the previous years, including the coercive acts, the Boston Tea Party, and the growing sense of colonial unity, had made it clear that Britain's authority over the colonies was increasingly untenable. The delegates at the First Continental Congress may not have been ready to declare independence, but they were laying the foundation for a revolutionary movement that would soon sweep the colonies. The Congress adjourned on October 26, 1774, with a promise to reconvene the following year. In the meantime, the colonies continued to prepare for possible military conflict. The Continental Congress had, for the first time, brought together representatives from all 13 colonies and had forged a united front against British oppression. It was a monumental step toward the formation of a new, independent nation, though the struggle for freedom was far from over. In the months that followed the First Continental Congress, the tension between Britain and its American colonies grew even more pronounced. In April 1775, just months after the Congress adjourned, the first shots of the American Revolution were fired at Lexington and Concord. The battles marked the beginning of open warfare between Britain and the colonies. The decisions made at the First Continental Congress, including the organization of militias and the establishment of the Continental Association, would prove crucial in the coming conflict. The First Continental Congress was an important moment in the evolution of American identity. It was the first time that representatives from the colonies came together in a formal, unified way to discuss and address their grievances. It marked the beginning of a shift from loyalty to Britain to a growing desire for independence and self-governance. The seeds of revolution had been planted, and the colonies were now on the path toward war and ultimately independence. In the spring of 1775, the tensions between the American colonies and Britain, which had been simmering for years, finally erupted into open conflict. The confrontation that took place in the small towns of Lexington and Concord in Massachusetts marked the beginning of the American Revolution and the first shots in what would become a bloody struggle for independence. This moment, often referred to as the shot heard round the world, would ignite a revolution that would forever change the course of history. The path to Lexington and Concord had been set in motion long before the battle itself. The First Continental Congress, held in the fall of 1774, had taken steps to unite the colonies in their opposition to British tyranny. The colonies had already begun to organize militias and prepare for the possibility of war. The British government, in turn, had taken notice of the growing unrest and had begun to send more troops to the colonies to maintain order and suppress dissent. In Massachusetts, tensions were particularly high. The British government had placed heavy restrictions on the colony, including the Intolerable Acts, which had been passed in retaliation for the Boston Tea Party. These measures had angered the colonists, who saw them as an infringement on their rights. The Massachusetts Provincial Congress, a body of colonial leaders, had begun to organize local militias to resist British authority. These militias were composed of everyday men, farmers, tradesmen, and shopkeepers, who had come together to defend their homes and their rights. By the spring of 1775, the British had become increasingly concerned about the growing stockpiles of weapons and ammunition that the colonial militias had accumulated. British General Thomas Gage, the commander of British forces in North America, received orders from the British government to take action. His mission was clear: to seize the colonial militia's weapons and arrest the leaders of the resistance. Gage decided to march his troops to Concord, where the colonists had hidden large supplies of gunpowder and arms. On the night of April 18, 1775, Gage set his plan into motion. A British force of around 700 soldiers was dispatched to march from Boston to Concord, a distance of about 18 miles. The soldiers were to seize the weapons and arrest the leaders of the rebellion, including Samuel Adams and John Hancock, who were believed to be hiding in Lexington, to alert the colonial militias of the British movement. Paul Revere, William Dawes, and Samuel Prescott set out on horseback to spread the news, famously warning the countryside that the British are coming. As dawn broke on April 19, 1775, British troops arrived in Lexington. There, they encountered a small group of colonial militia, about 70 men, who had gathered to confront them. The exact sequence of events is still debated by historians, but what is certain is that a shot was fired. Whether by the British or the colonists, no one knows for sure, but it became known as the shot heard round the world. That single shot marked the beginning of the American Revolution. The British troops, outnumbering the militia, quickly dispersed the colonists, but the confrontation in Lexington was only the beginning. The British continued their march to Concord, where they expected to find much larger supplies of weapons and gunpowder. However, the colonists had been warned, and by the time the British arrived in Concord, most of the supplies had been moved or hidden. The British troops found only a small amount of gunpowder and destroyed what they could. As the British began their retreat back to Boston, they were met with fierce resistance from the colonial militias. The militias, numbering in the thousands, fired on the British soldiers from behind trees, stone walls, and other cover. The British were harassed all the way back to Boston, suffering heavy casualties. By the time they reached the safety of the city, nearly 300 British soldiers had been killed or wounded, compared to fewer than 100 colonists. The battles of Lexington and Concord were not only a military confrontation, but also a symbol of the colony's defiance against British authority. The British had intended to crush the colonial rebellion with a show of force, but instead they had awakened a sleeping giant. The battles galvanized the colonial militias and convinced many colonists that armed resistance was the only way to preserve their rights and freedoms. News of the battles spread rapidly throughout the colonies, and thousands of militiamen from other colonies began to flock to Massachusetts to join the fight. In the days that followed, the colonial militias laid siege to the British-held city of Boston, and the American Revolution was officially underway. The battles of Lexington and Concord, though relatively small in scale, were the spark that ignited the flame of revolution. They marked the moment when the colonies transitioned from passive resistance to active rebellion. The American colonies, once a group of disparate colonies with different interests and agendas, were now united in their quest for independence. The British, for their part, were stunned by the colonists' resistance. They had underestimated the resolve and determination of the American colonists. What had begun as a conflict over taxes and trade had now become a struggle for liberty and self-government. The British government, still believing in its right to rule the colonies, was unwilling to compromise. The stage was now set for a larger and more devastating conflict, one that would eventually lead to the formation of a new independent nation. The battles of Lexington and Concord marked the beginning of the American Revolution, but they also signaled a broader change in the political and social landscape of the colonies. The American colonies, having been subjects of the British Empire for over a century, were now engaged in a fight for their own identity and sovereignty. The revolution was no longer a protest over taxes or trade. It had become a battle for freedom, equality, and the right to self-governance. The colonists, many of whom had once been loyal subjects of the British Crown, were now willing to risk everything for their independence. In the months that followed, the Revolutionary War would spread throughout the colonies, with major battles fought in places like Bunker Hill, Saratoga, and Yorktown. The outcome of these battles would determine the fate of the colonies and the future of the United States. But it all began with that fateful shot at Lexington and the courage of the colonists who stood up to British tyranny. By the summer of 1776, the American colonies had entered into a full-scale war with Britain. What began as a struggle over taxes, governance, and trade had now evolved into a battle for freedom and independence. The question of whether the colonies should remain under British rule or break away and form a new, independent nation was no longer just a matter of protest. It had become a matter of survival. The British had refused to back down, and the colonies were no longer willing to accept the control and tyranny imposed by King George III. As tensions escalated and the Revolutionary War raged on, the leaders of the American colonies were confronted with a monumental decision. Should they continue to fight for their rights as British subjects, or declare their independence from Britain once and for all? On June 7, 1776, Richard Henry Lee, a delegate from Virginia, stood before the Continental Congress and presented a resolution calling for independence. The motion was seconded by John Adams, a Massachusetts delegate, and debated for several days. The members of the Continental Congress were divided. Many feared the consequences of breaking from Britain, while others believed it was the only path forward. The debate was heated, but on July 2, 1776, the resolution was finally passed with a majority vote, declaring that the American colonies were free and independent states. Yet, even with the resolution passed, there was still the matter of how to formally announce this bold declaration to the world. A statement was needed that not only declared independence, but also explained the reasons for the colony's decision to sever ties with Britain. For this, a committee was appointed, led by Thomas Jefferson, to draft the document that would forever change the course of history. Jefferson, a 33-year-old lawyer and politician from Virginia, was tasked with writing the Declaration of Independence. Jefferson was well suited for the job. He was an eloquent writer, and his views on liberty, democracy, and the rights of man were strongly influenced by the Enlightenment ideals that were sweeping through Europe. His drafting of the Declaration was a product of his deep belief in the principles of natural rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Jefferson's work was also informed by the widespread dissatisfaction with King George III, whose actions were seen as tyrannical and unjust. On June 28, 1776, Jefferson presented his draft of the Declaration to the Continental Congress. The document was long and detailed, outlining the reasons why the colonies could no longer remain under British rule. Jefferson began the document with a powerful preamble, stating the philosophical justification for independence. "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." These words would come to embody the essence of American values and ideals, giving birth to the notion of equality and individual rights in the context of a new nation. Jefferson argued that governments were created to protect these natural rights, and when a government becomes destructive of those rights, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. Jefferson's words would echo across the world, inspiring revolutions and movements for freedom in the centuries to come. In the body of the Declaration, Jefferson listed a series of grievances against King George III, pointing to his repeated violations of the colony's rights. The king's refusal to consent to necessary laws, his imposition of taxes without consent, his interference with the colony's ability to govern themselves, and his abuse of power were all cited as reasons for the colony's decision to break away. The Declaration made it clear that the colonies had exhausted all peaceful efforts to resolve their issues with Britain and had been left with no choice but to declare their independence. On July 4, 1776, the Continental Congress formally adopted the Declaration of Independence. The 56 delegates who signed the document were fully aware of the gravity of their actions. By signing the Declaration, they were not merely agreeing to a statement of principles, they were committing treason against the British Crown. The signers understood that they were risking their lives, fortunes, and sacred honor in the pursuit of liberty. In the Declaration's final sentence, Jefferson and the other signers boldly stated, "And for the support of this Declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor." The Declaration of Independence was more than just a legal document. It was a revolutionary statement that fundamentally challenged the idea of monarchy and established the principles of self-government. It laid the foundation for the creation of a new nation, one built on the ideals of liberty, equality, and the right of the people to govern themselves. The Declaration was immediately sent out to the colonies and to the world. It was read aloud in public squares and printed in newspapers, spreading the message of American independence far and wide. In Britain, the reaction was one of shock and disbelief. The British government had not expected the colonies to take such drastic action, and the Declaration of Independence was seen as a direct challenge to British authority. For the colonists, the Declaration was a call to arms. The battles of Lexington and Concord, Bunker Hill, and other early conflicts had already shown that the colonies were willing to fight for their rights. Now, with the Declaration of Independence, the colonies were no longer seeking reconciliation with Britain. They were seeking a new and independent future. The Declaration marked the official beginning of the United States of America. While the Declaration of Independence did not immediately end the conflict, it did provide the colonies with a clear sense of purpose and a unifying cause. The colonies, which had previously been 13 separate entities with different interests and agendas, now found themselves united under a common banner. They were no longer subjects of a distant monarchy. They were citizens of a new nation, dedicated to the principles of liberty and equality. The Declaration also had a profound impact on the world. It inspired other nations and peoples to seek their own independence and freedom. It provided a model for other revolutionary movements, and its ideas about natural rights and self-government became central to the modern understanding of democracy. The Declaration of Independence remains one of the most important and enduring documents in the history of the United States, and its principles continue to guide the nation today. The Declaration of Independence, signed on July 4, 1776, marked the official severing of ties between the American colonies and Britain, but the journey toward full independence was far from over. While the signing of the Declaration was a symbolic and monumental moment, the real struggle lay in the battles and conflicts that would follow. The American colonies had formally declared war, but they were ill-prepared to fight the might of the British Empire. Yet it was this very moment, the beginning of the War for Independence, that would define the future of the United States of America. After the Declaration was signed, the War for Independence truly began in earnest. The colonists had been engaged in skirmishes and battles with British troops since the confrontation at Lexington and Concord in April 1775, but now they were fully committed to the cause. the Continental Army, led by George Washington, faced a formidable adversary in the British Army, the strongest military force in the world. The British had more experienced soldiers, better resources, and the backing of a global empire. The American forces, on the other hand, were inexperienced, poorly equipped, and lacked the necessary infrastructure to sustain a prolonged war. Despite these challenges, the early months of the Revolutionary War proved that the American colonists were determined and capable of mounting a serious resistance. The Continental Army, with Washington at its helm, began to engage British forces in a series of battles across the colonies. The most famous of these early battles was the Battle of Bunker Hill, fought on June 17, 1775, in Charlestown, Massachusetts. The Battle of Bunker Hill was technically a British victory, but it came at a high cost. British forces, numbering about 2,200 troops, were sent to take control of the strategic positions on Bunker Hill and Breed's Hill, which overlooked the city of Boston. The American forces, numbering just over 1,000 men, were led by Colonel William Prescott. Despite being outnumbered and under-equipped, the American forces put up a fierce resistance. The British made several attempts to storm the hills, suffering heavy casualties in the process. Although the British eventually captured the hill, they lost over 1,000 men, nearly half of their force. The Americans, by comparison, lost only around 450 men. The battle showed that the colonists were capable of holding their ground against the British military, and that the British could not easily crush the rebellion. For the Americans, it was a morale-boosting victory, despite the official defeat. It demonstrated that they could stand up to the might of the British Empire, and it galvanized support for the revolutionary cause. The Battle of Bunker Hill also highlighted the importance of leadership, especially in the case of George Washington. Washington had been appointed as the commander-in-chief of the Continental Army by the Second Continental Congress in June 1775, just before the Battle of Bunker Hill. Washington, a veteran of the French and Indian War, had the experience and leadership skills necessary to lead a fledgling army. However, he also faced numerous challenges, including a lack of resources, training, and funds. His strategy was to keep the army intact, avoid major confrontations with the British until the right moment, and seek assistance from foreign powers, particularly France, which had long been a rival of Britain. The Continental Army's early struggles were a reflection of the colony's overall difficulties. Although the colonists were united in their desire for independence, they were still a collection of 13 distinct and often fractious entities. The colonies had their own local governments, economies, and cultures, and cooperation between them was often tenuous. The Continental Congress, which had assumed the role of the central government, lacked the power to levy taxes, regulate trade, or raise an army. The war effort was dependent on the voluntary contributions of the individual colonies, and many of the colonies were reluctant to fully commit to the cause. The war was also being fought on multiple fronts. While the British had the military advantage, the Americans had the home field advantage. The conflict was fought on American soil, and the colonists had the support of many Native American tribes who were eager to protect their land from British encroachment. In addition, the American cause was seen by many as a struggle for freedom, which attracted volunteers from around the world. Men like Marquis de Lafayette, a French nobleman, and Baron von Steuben, a Prussian military officer, offered their services to the American cause, bringing valuable expertise and experience to the Continental Army. Despite these advantages, the war was not easy, and the colonists faced numerous setbacks. The British, who had a superior navy and a well-equipped army, launched a series of campaigns to crush the rebellion. The first major campaign after the Declaration of Independence was the British attempt to capture New York City. In the summer of 1776, British General William Howe led a large army across the East River to attack the American forces in Brooklyn. The Battle of Brooklyn Heights was a disastrous defeat for the Continental Army, and Washington was forced to retreat across the river to Manhattan, then to New Jersey, and eventually to Pennsylvania. It seemed as though the American cause was on the brink of collapse. However, Washington's leadership and determination never wavered. He continued to rally his troops, and his strategic retreats allowed the Continental Army to survive. even in the face of overwhelming odds. In December 1776, after a series of defeats, Washington achieved a stunning victory in the Battle of Trenton. The battle took place on Christmas night, when Washington led his troops across the Delaware River to surprise the Hessian soldiers, German mercenaries fighting for the British, stationed in Trenton, New Jersey. The victory at Trenton was a much-needed boost to American morale and proved that Washington was capable of leading the Continental Army to success. By early 1777, the War for Independence was in full swing. The American colonies had endured difficult early setbacks, but they had also demonstrated their resolve and their ability to fight back against the British. The road to independence was fraught with hardship and challenges, but the colonists' determination to fight for their freedom was unwavering. The revolution was no longer just a rebellion. It was a fight for survival, for the creation of a new nation based on the principles of liberty, equality, and self-governance. The American Revolutionary War had, by 1777, become a struggle for survival for the young colonies. The Continental Army, under the command of George Washington, had faced a series of defeats, forced retreats, and near destruction at the hands of the well-trained British military. Despite these setbacks, the resilience of the American forces continued to grow, as did the hope that victory might still be within reach. The turning point in the war came with the Battle of Saratoga, fought in the autumn of 1777. This decisive victory proved to be a pivotal moment that would change the trajectory of the war, shift the balance of power, and bring vital international support to the American cause. The Battle of Saratoga was the result of a strategic British campaign designed to cut off the rebellious colonies in New England from the rest of the colonies. British General John Burgoyne had devised a plan to advance southward from Canada, cutting through the region of New York and splitting the colonies in two. His goal was to isolate the northern colonies, particularly New England, and sever them from the rest of the rebellion. The British forces, under Burgoyne's command, began their march southward from Canada in the summer of 1777, advancing toward Albany, New York, and aiming to unite with other British forces coming from the west and south. At the same time, the American forces, led by General Horatio Gates, were preparing to resist the British advance. Burgoyne's forces encountered unexpected resistance as they made their way through the dense forests and rugged terrain of upstate New York. The colonists, now more experienced and determined, took advantage of their knowledge of the land, launching a series of hit-and-run tactics against the British. The American forces were also bolstered by the arrival of reinforcements, including soldiers from Massachusetts and Vermont, along with a contingent of local militias. The British advance slowed considerably, and by the fall of 1777, the two armies were locked in a decisive confrontation near Saratoga. The Battle of Saratoga was fought in two main engagements, the first on September 19th, and the second on October 7th. Burgoyne, whose forces were already stretched thin and facing supply shortages, found himself trapped between the American forces and the difficult terrain of the region. The Americans, determined and bolstered by a growing sense of unity, launched a series of assaults on Burgoyne's positions. Despite his superior numbers and the British Army's well-trained officers, Burgoyne's forces were unable to break through the American lines. As the battle raged on, the British found themselves surrounded and unable to escape. They were forced into a position where their supply lines were cut off, and they faced the threat of being annihilated. Burgoyne, recognizing the futility of continuing the fight, ultimately surrendered his army to the Americans on October 17, 1777. It was a stunning victory for the Continental Army, as Burgoyne's entire force of more than 5,000 soldiers was taken prisoner. The victory at Saratoga was more than just a military win. It was a significant turning point in the war. First and foremost, the American victory at Saratoga boosted morale in the colonies, proving that the American forces could stand up to the British and win on the battlefield. The success also sent shockwaves throughout Europe, particularly in France, where support for the American cause had been growing, but skepticism remained. The French government, under King Louis XVI, had been hesitant to officially commit to the American rebellion, fearing the potential repercussions of angering Britain. However, the victory at Saratoga provided the French with a clear indication that the American cause was not only viable, but had a real chance of success. Encouraged by the American triumph, France formally recognized the United States as an independent nation and, in February 1778, signed the Treaty of Alliance with the United States. This treaty brought France into the war as an ally of the colonies, providing critical military, financial, and diplomatic support. France's involvement would prove invaluable to the American effort, providing the Continental Army with much-needed resources, including troops, weapons, and naval support. France also contributed significantly to the eventual defeat of Britain by challenging British forces in other parts of the world, thereby diverting British attention and resources away from the American colonies. The impact of the Battle of Saratoga also extended beyond France. Spain, although not officially aligned with the United States, also began to provide covert support to the colonies. Spanish Louisiana's governor, Don Bernardo de Galvez, supplied the Americans with supplies and funds and launched a series of successful military campaigns against British outposts along the Mississippi River and in Florida. This international support significantly strengthened the American position in the war. The significance of Saratoga was not lost on the British either. The defeat at Saratoga represented a humiliating blow to British hopes of quickly quelling the rebellion in the colonies. British strategy had hinged on the notion that the colonies could be defeated through conventional warfare and decisive victories. The loss at Saratoga shattered that assumption and forced Britain to reconsider its approach to the war. The British realized that the war would not be as easily won as they had hoped, and that the colonies, with the support of foreign powers, could fight a protracted war that could ultimately exhaust British resources and willpower. For the Americans, the victory at Saratoga marked a critical moment in their fight for independence. It solidified their ability to wage a successful military campaign and strengthened their resolve to continue the struggle against British rule. The assistance of France, which followed closely on the heels of the Saratoga victory, ensured that the United States would not have to fight the war alone. The Battle of Saratoga, often called the turning point of the American Revolution, set the stage for future victories and paved the way for the eventual triumph of the American cause. The victory was not without its challenges, however. The war would continue for several more years, and the Americans faced countless hardships, including a lack of supplies, harsh winters, and internal divisions. Yet, the victory at Saratoga proved that the American cause was not just a distant dream. It was a living, breathing movement that could and would prevail against the odds. The Battle of Saratoga ignited a renewed sense of hope and purpose in the Continental Army, the American people, and their allies. As the war continued, the Americans would face many more battles and setbacks, but the outcome of the Battle of Saratoga had irrevocably altered the course of the revolution. The United States had secured international recognition and support, and the fight for independence now had a clear, unwavering goal: to create a free and independent nation, no longer under the thumb of British tyranny. As 1777 came to a close, the Revolutionary War was far from over. But the winter of 1777 to 1778 proved to be a pivotal moment in the American struggle for independence. The Continental Army, having secured a decisive victory at Saratoga and gained the crucial support of France, was far from invincible. The American cause was still fragile, and the troops, led by General George Washington, were facing their most difficult challenge yet: survival. In December 1777, Washington and his troops set up camp at Valley Forge, located about 18 miles northwest of Philadelphia. The British had occupied the city of Philadelphia, the capital of the colonies, and Washington's army needed a secure place to rest, regroup, and prepare for the coming year. Valley Forge was strategically positioned between the British forces in Philadelphia and the American militias in the countryside. It offered some protection from British advances, but it was far from an ideal location. The conditions at Valley Forge were harsh. The winter of 1777 to 1778 was brutal, with freezing temperatures, snowstorms, and icy winds sweeping through the area. The soldiers, many of whom had already endured years of hardship, now faced some of their most dire circumstances. The Continental Army was under-equipped, with soldiers lacking adequate clothing, shoes, and blankets to protect them from the cold. Many soldiers had no proper winter gear, and others were reduced to wearing rags or going barefoot in the snow. In some cases, the troops were forced to sleep in makeshift huts that offered little protection from the elements. Food was another significant issue. The Continental Army had limited supplies, and the roads to the camp were often blocked by snow or British patrols. Starvation and malnutrition became widespread, with soldiers often surviving on limited rations of salted meat, flour, and rice. In some instances, soldiers were reduced to eating tree bark or animals they could catch, including dogs. The lack of proper nutrition took a heavy toll on the health of the soldiers, contributing to widespread sickness and disease. Perhaps the greatest hardship at Valley Forge was the devastating toll on morale. Many of Washington's soldiers were disillusioned and weary after years of fighting. They had fought in several battles, endured harsh conditions, and faced little support from the colonies. Desertion was common, and many soldiers were willing to leave the army rather than continue to endure the hardships at Valley Forge. Washington, struggling to keep his army intact, faced the difficult task of maintaining discipline and motivating his troops in the face of adversity. Despite the overwhelming challenges, the winter at Valley Forge proved to be a crucial turning point for the Continental Army. Washington's leadership and determination played a key role in keeping the army together during this darkest period. Washington was able to inspire his troops by maintaining a sense of hope and unity, emphasizing that the survival of the nation depended on their resilience. One of the most significant factors in the transformation of the Continental Army at Valley Forge was the arrival of two European military officers, Baron von Steuben and Marquis de Lafayette. These men, both from foreign nations that supported the American cause, played instrumental roles in improving the Army's fighting capacity. Baron Friedrich von Steuben, a Prussian military officer, arrived at Valley Forge in February 1778. Von Steuben was appointed as the Inspector General of the Continental Army and immediately set about training the soldiers in the European-style discipline and tactics that he knew so well. Under his guidance, the army was drilled in basic military maneuvers, weaponry, and formations. Von Steuben's insistence on proper hygiene and cleanliness also helped curb the spread of disease. His training transformed the Continental Army from a ragtag group of undisciplined soldiers into a more professional and cohesive fighting force. The arrival of the Marquis de Lafayette, a young French aristocrat, further bolstered the morale of the American troops. Lafayette had volunteered to join the American cause without pay and had quickly become one of Washington's most trusted advisors. His leadership and his ability to speak French, which allowed him to communicate with French officers, played a crucial role in solidifying the alliance with France. Lafayette's passionate commitment to the cause of liberty inspired many soldiers at Valley Forge, and his presence boosted the Army's morale. By the spring of 1778, the Continental Army had undergone a dramatic transformation. The soldiers, though still facing difficult conditions, were now better trained and more disciplined than they had been at the start of the winter. Washington's leadership, coupled with the help of von Steuben and Lafayette, had turned Valley Forge into a symbol of endurance and determination. The Army's cohesion and strength had been tested, but it had emerged stronger than ever. In addition to the training and discipline that had been instilled in the troops, the winter at Valley Forge also served as a period of reflection and preparation. The Army had suffered greatly during the winter, but it had endured. As the spring thaw arrived, the soldiers were ready to move forward and continue their fight against the British. Valley Forge had not only prepared the Army for future battles, but it had also solidified the idea that the Continental Army, though still far from perfect, was capable of great feats of endurance and courage. The hardships at Valley Forge also served as a reminder of the tremendous sacrifices made by the soldiers who fought in the Revolution. The Army's survival at Valley Forge, despite the overwhelming odds, became a rallying point for the colonists. The resilience of Washington's troops in the face of disease, hunger, and cold demonstrated the deep commitment of the American people to their cause. Valley Forge had proven that the American Revolution was not just a war for independence. It was a fight for the very principles of liberty and self-determination that would form the foundation of the new nation. Though Valley Forge was a period of intense hardship, it ultimately proved to be a formative moment for the Continental Army and for the Revolution itself. The Army's survival and its subsequent transformation would play a crucial role in the eventual success of the American cause. The trials of Valley Forge forged an unbreakable bond between Washington and his troops, and it became a defining moment in the struggle for American independence. The lessons learned at Valley Forge would carry the Continental Army through the rest of the war, eventually leading to victory and the birth of the United States of America. By the time the Revolutionary War entered its fourth year, the struggle for independence had become a protracted and brutal conflict. The American colonies had achieved a major victory at Saratoga, which brought vital French support, but the war had become a drawn-out fight for survival. After suffering a series of defeats in the northern colonies, the British shifted their focus southward, hoping to exploit the loyalty of the southern colonies and suppress the American rebellion once and for all. This shift in strategy would usher in a new phase of the war, one that would be marked by shifting alliances, guerrilla warfare, and a battle for control of the vital southern colonies. The British believed that the southern colonies, with their large loyalist populations, would be more sympathetic to British rule, and that the British military could secure a decisive victory by focusing on the region. The British military commander, General Henry Clinton, decided to move his operations to the south, hoping to capitalize on the wealth of the southern colonies and their dependence on agriculture, particularly crops like tobacco and rice. If the British could gain control over the southern colonies, they believed they could cut off the American forces from vital resources and force a surrender. The British campaign in the South began with the capture of Savannah, Georgia, in December 1778. The British had long believed that Georgia, one of the southernmost colonies, was a weak link in the chain of colonial resistance. The capture of Savannah allowed the British to establish a foothold in the South and begin their advance into South Carolina. The victory at Savannah, though important for the British, would prove to be the start of a series of challenges that would later plague their southern strategy. The British soon turned their attention to Charleston, South Carolina, which was one of the largest and most strategically important cities in the South. In the spring of 1780, General Clinton launched an assault on Charleston, which was then defended by General Benjamin Lincoln and a force of American soldiers. The siege of Charleston was a decisive engagement, lasting for over a month. Eventually, the British succeeded in capturing the city and forcing the surrender of over 5,000 American troops, the largest American defeat of the war up to that point. The British success in Charleston gave them control over much of the Carolinas, but it also exposed a critical weakness in their strategy. They had underestimated the resolve of the American resistance. While the British forces occupied the southern colonies, they found themselves in a region that was resistant to their control and deeply hostile to British rule. This resistance came not only from regular American soldiers, but also from local militias, many of whom engaged in guerrilla warfare, harassing British forces and disrupting their supply lines. In response to the British occupation, American commanders shifted their strategy. The Continental Army, led by General Nathaniel Greene, worked to regain control of the southern colonies through a combination of conventional battles and irregular warfare. Greene's strategy was to avoid direct confrontation with the larger British forces and instead wear them down by engaging in hit-and-run tactics and drawing them into a war of attrition. One of the most important battles of this southern campaign occurred at the Battle of Kings Mountain in October 1780. The American militia, largely composed of frontiersmen and farmers from the Carolinas, decisively defeated a British force of loyalist troops. The victory at Kings Mountain marked a turning point in the southern campaign. The British were forced to abandon their efforts to recruit loyalists in the region, as the defeat shattered their ability to gain local support. The loss at Kings Mountain demonstrated that the British could not simply rely on occupying cities and trying to control the region through force. They would need to secure the loyalty of the local population, which was no longer willing to support British rule. The Southern Campaign also saw the rise of the famed American leader, Francis Marion, known as the Swamp Fox. Marion was a master of guerrilla tactics, leading his militia in surprise attacks on British supply lines and outposts. His ability to strike quickly and disappear into the swamps of South Carolina made him a formidable opponent for the British. Marion's success, along with other militia leaders like Thomas Sumter and Andrew Pickens, made it clear to the British that their hold on the South was tenuous and would require far more than just military might to maintain. The most significant turning point in the Southern Campaign came at the Battle of Cowpens in January 1781. General Daniel Morgan, commanding a combined force of Continental regulars and militia, faced off against British General Banastre Tarleton's forces. Morgan's strategy relied on his understanding of the terrain and the behavior of British forces. He used the militia to lure the British into a trap, and the American forces decisively defeated Tarleton's troops. The victory at Cowpens was a significant blow to British morale and demonstrated that the American forces were capable of defeating the British even in direct engagements. Following the victory at Cowpens, General Greene continued his strategic retreat, keeping the British forces engaged and stretched thin while slowly regaining control over the South. The war was far from over, but the British began to realize that their campaign in the South was failing. They had underestimated the resilience of the American forces and the determination of the Southern population to resist British rule. The culmination of the Southern Campaign came with the siege of Yorktown in 1781, which would effectively end the war. The British, under General Cornwallis, had retreated to Yorktown, Virginia, after their setbacks in the South. There, they found themselves trapped by a combination of American and French forces. Washington, with the help of French General Rochambeau and the French Navy, laid siege to the British forces at Yorktown. The siege lasted for weeks, and on October 19, 1781, Cornwallis was forced to surrender. The British Army, having lost a critical portion of its forces in America, could no longer continue the war. The British defeat at Yorktown marked the end of large-scale fighting in the American colonies and effectively sealed the fate of the Revolution. While the war would officially end with the signing of the Treaty of Paris in 1783, the Battle of Yorktown was the final blow to British hopes of maintaining control over the American colonies. The war in the South had proven to be a long and arduous campaign, but it also showcased the growing strength and unity of the American forces. The colonists had been pushed to their limits, but their ability to adapt, resist, and ultimately prevail in the face of British might demonstrated the deep commitment to independence that would carry them through to victory. By the fall of 1781, the American Revolution was effectively over. The decisive victory at the Siege of Yorktown in October of that year had sealed the fate of British ambitions in North America. British General Lord Cornwallis's surrender marked the end of major military operations, but the war would not officially end until diplomatic negotiations were concluded. The Treaty of Paris, signed in 1783, formally recognized American independence and marked the birth of the United States of America as a new sovereign nation. The terms of the treaty not only ended the conflict, but also set the stage for the future of the young country, shaping its territorial boundaries, foreign relations, and the principles on which it would be founded. The negotiations for the Treaty of Paris began in earnest after the American victory at Yorktown, but it would take nearly 2 more years for the peace agreement to be finalized. The British, having been militarily defeated, were now willing to negotiate, but they were still deeply invested in maintaining influence in North America. The Americans, on the other hand, were determined to secure recognition of their independence, gain control of key territories, and ensure the safety and future prosperity of their new nation. The American delegation in Paris, led by John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, and John Jay, faced the difficult task of negotiating a peace treaty with Britain. The 3 men, representing the United States, were highly experienced diplomats and politicians, but their efforts were complicated by a number of factors, including the interests of France, Spain, and other European powers. The French, who had been instrumental in securing American victories through military and financial support, were eager to limit British power in North America and to protect their own interests, particularly in the Caribbean. Meanwhile, Spain, which had joined the war as an ally of France, had its own territorial claims in North America, especially in Florida and along the Mississippi River. The Americans were careful to navigate these competing interests while keeping their focus on the core goals of securing independence, territorial expansion, and favorable terms for trade and commerce. They were aided by the fact that Britain was keen to end the war and move forward with its empire, which had been severely strained by the conflict. The American negotiators skillfully played off British desires to move on from the war while simultaneously capitalizing on France's influence in the negotiations. One of the most crucial provisions of the Treaty of Paris was the recognition of American independence. For the British, acknowledging the sovereignty of the United States was a major concession. Britain formally renounced all claims to the territories it had once controlled, and the United States was recognized as a free and independent nation. This was, in many ways, the ultimate prize of the American Revolution: freedom from British rule and the right to self-determination. In addition to recognizing American independence, the Treaty of Paris established new borders for the United States. The treaty granted the United States significant territorial gains, including all land east of the Mississippi River, north of Florida, and south of Canada. This expansive territory, stretching from the Atlantic Ocean to the Mississippi River and from the Great Lakes to Florida, would provide the young nation with vast resources and space for future expansion. The treaty also addressed issues of fishing rights, trade, and the treatment of loyalists, those colonists who had supported the British during the war. The Americans were granted fishing rights off the coast of Newfoundland and in the Gulf of St. Lawrence, which were vital for the livelihoods of many American fishermen. The treaty also stipulated that Britain would remove its troops from American soil and that the United States would allow loyalists to recover their property and rights. While these provisions were intended to address the concerns of the British and loyalist populations, their implementation was far from smooth. Many loyalists faced hostility and discrimination in the post-war period, and the question of their property rights remained a contentious issue for years. The Treaty of Paris was signed on September 3, 1783, and ratified by the United States Congress shortly thereafter. The treaty marked the official end of the American Revolution and the recognition of the United States as an independent nation. The victory had been hard-earned, and the road to independence had been fraught with challenges. But the treaty was not the end of the American struggle. Rather, it was the beginning of a new set of challenges: creating a government, maintaining order, and ensuring the survival of the young nation. The Treaty of Paris also had significant global ramifications. It marked the decline of British power in North America and the end of the colonial era, as other European powers began to reconsider their own empires. The success of the American Revolution inspired other nations and movements around the world, particularly in Europe and Latin America. The ideas of liberty, democracy, and self-determination that had driven the American cause resonated globally and would influence future revolutions. However, the Treaty of Paris also highlighted the vulnerabilities of the United States as it emerged as a new nation. The treaty left unresolved issues, such as the treatment of Native American tribes, the boundary disputes with Spain, and the financial instability of the new government. The United States was deeply in debt from the war, and the Articles of Confederation, which had governed the country during the Revolution, were insufficient for managing the challenges of governance. The Treaty of Paris had secured American independence, but the nation would need to confront internal and external challenges in the years to come. In the aftermath of the treaty, the newly formed United States would begin the long process of nation building. The victory over Britain had created a nation united by the ideals of liberty, but it was also a nation in the midst of a grand experiment in self-government. The Treaty of Paris was a critical step in securing the independence of the United States, but it was only the beginning of the American journey. The challenges of governance, territorial expansion, and the formation of a more perfect union would soon take center stage. Following the victory in the American Revolution and the signing of the Treaty of Paris in 1783, the newly formed United States of America faced a monumental task: establishing a functioning government. The fledgling nation had no unified national government and no framework for dealing with the complex challenges that lay ahead. The lack of a central authority was a significant problem, especially in the wake of a revolution that had been fought in the name of liberty and resistance to centralized power. Despite these challenges, the founding leaders of the United States sought to balance the need for unity with a desire to preserve individual state sovereignty. The solution to this problem came in the form of the Articles of Confederation, the first written constitution of the United States, which was drafted in 1777 and ratified in 1781. The Articles created a confederation, a loose association of independent states with a weak central government. The primary goal of the Articles was to unite the states under a common framework, but without giving the central government too much power. The Articles reflected the experience of the colonies under British rule and the fears of a powerful central government like the one they had just fought to escape. Thus, the Articles created a government that was deliberately weak, hoping to ensure the states retained the majority of political power. The Articles of Confederation established a Congress as the central body of government, but this Congress had limited powers. The central government could conduct foreign affairs, maintain an army and navy, and make treaties, but it lacked the authority to levy taxes or regulate trade. This powerlessness became evident in the years following the Revolution, as the national government struggled to pay off war debt and faced an unstable economic situation. The central government had no power to enforce its decisions or require states to contribute to funding, leading to a lack of financial resources for the nation. One of the most pressing challenges the government faced under the Articles of Confederation was the national debt. During the Revolutionary War, the Continental Congress had borrowed money from foreign nations and issued paper currency to finance the war effort. With no power to collect taxes, the government was left unable to pay back these debts. States, each with their own interests and priorities, were reluctant to contribute funds to a central government that had no enforcement powers. This financial instability led to difficulties in maintaining a standing army, paying government workers, and fulfilling obligations to foreign nations. Another key weakness of the Articles of Confederation was the lack of a strong executive branch. Under the Articles, there was no president or executive leader to enforce laws or direct national policy. Instead, the government was run by a Congress, and any major decisions required the approval of the majority of the states. This system made decision-making slow and cumbersome, and it often led to deadlocks. With no executive to enforce laws, the Articles proved ineffective in handling crises, including foreign threats and internal unrest. One of the most significant events that highlighted the weaknesses of the Articles of Confederation was Shays' Rebellion in 1786. The rebellion, led by disgruntled farmers in Massachusetts, was a response to economic hardship and oppressive tax policies. The farmers were struggling with high taxes, debt, and the possibility of losing their land. When they attempted to shut down courts and prevent foreclosures, the state government responded by raising a militia to put down the rebellion. The rebellion was eventually quelled, but it exposed the inability of the federal government to intervene and maintain order. The failure to respond to such an internal crisis further revealed the limitations of the Articles of Confederation and highlighted the need for a stronger central government. By the late 1780s, it became clear to many political leaders that the Articles of Confederation were inadequate for governing a growing and increasingly complex nation. The lack of central authority and financial resources, along with the inability to enforce laws and maintain order, led many to believe that a new system of government was necessary. This sentiment was shared by key figures such as George Washington, James Madison, and Alexander Hamilton. who feared that the United States would not survive as a weak confederation. The failure of the Articles prompted the call for a constitutional convention to be held in Philadelphia in 1787, where a new constitution would be drafted to address the issues that had plagued the Articles of Confederation. At the Constitutional Convention, delegates from 12 of the 13 states, Rhode Island did not send representatives, gathered to discuss how to improve the nation's government. While the convention began with the intention of revising the Articles of Confederation, it soon became clear that the Articles were beyond repair. The delegates decided to start fresh and create a new system of government that would provide a stronger central authority while still preserving state sovereignty. This new framework would become the United States Constitution. The shift from the Articles of Confederation to the U.S. Constitution was a turning point in American history. The Articles had been a temporary solution to the problem of governing a new nation, but they had failed to provide the strength and stability necessary for the survival of the United States. The Constitution, which was ratified in 1788, replaced the Articles of Confederation and established a much stronger federal government with the power to tax, regulate trade, and enforce laws. It created a system of checks and balances, separating powers among the legislative, executive, and judicial branches to prevent any one branch from becoming too powerful. The Constitution also included provisions for a Bill of Rights, which would guarantee individual liberties and protect citizens from government overreach. Although the Articles of Confederation were ultimately replaced, they played an important role in American history. They provided a framework for the government during the critical years following the Revolution and served as a stepping stone toward the creation of a more permanent system of government. The Articles also demonstrated the difficulties of balancing central authority with individual freedoms, a challenge that would continue to shape American politics throughout the country's history. The legacy of the Articles of Confederation lives on in the values of federalism and state sovereignty that continue to define the United States. While the Articles were ultimately a failure, they played a crucial role in the development of the American system of government and the establishment of the Constitution, which remains the foundation of American democracy to this day. By the late 1780s, the United States, having won its independence from Britain, faced an entirely new set of challenges. While the Articles of Confederation had served as the nation's first constitution, the weaknesses of the system were becoming increasingly apparent. The country's ability to function as a unified, effective government was deteriorating, and events like Shays' Rebellion in 1786 further highlighted the critical flaws in the Articles, eventually leading to the drafting of the U.S. Constitution. Shays' Rebellion, named after its leader, Daniel Shays, a former soldier in the Continental Army, was an uprising that exposed the economic and political instability of post-revolutionary America. The rebellion was rooted in the economic difficulties faced by farmers in Massachusetts, particularly those in the western part of the state. Many of these farmers had fought in the Revolutionary War, but they were now struggling to make ends meet. They faced crippling debt, high taxes, and the threat of losing their land to foreclosure. Following the war, the economic situation in the colonies remained difficult. The Continental Congress had borrowed extensively to finance the war effort, but now the national government, under the Articles of Confederation, had no authority to impose taxes to pay off that debt. Instead, it relied on voluntary contributions from the states, many of which were unwilling or unable to provide adequate support. This fiscal instability led to a lack of funds for veterans and farmers, many of whom had been promised compensation for their service in the war. In Massachusetts, the situation was particularly dire. The state government, which was under the control of wealthy elites, imposed heavy taxes on the people to pay off war debts. These taxes were extremely burdensome, especially for farmers who had little income and struggled to make payments. Many farmers who had served in the Continental Army were also finding it difficult to recover their land and livelihoods after the war. When they failed to pay taxes, they faced the threat of foreclosure and imprisonment. In the summer of 1786, Daniel Shays, a former soldier and farmer, led a group of over 1,000 farmers in a protest against the government's harsh economic policies. The group, which was mainly composed of debt-ridden farmers, marched to the state's courts in Springfield, Massachusetts, to prevent foreclosure hearings and to demand economic relief. The protesters attempted to shut down the courts, where the government was seizing farms from those who could not pay their debts. The rebellion quickly escalated as the farmers, who were armed with muskets and farm tools, clashed with the state militia. The rebels managed to capture several courthouses and temporarily shut down the courts, but the situation took a violent turn in January 1787. Massachusetts Governor James Bowdoin, alarmed by the growing unrest, called in a private militia to put down the rebellion. In the ensuing confrontation at the Springfield Arsenal, the state militia defeated the rebels, killing several of Shays' men and forcing others to flee. Though Shays' rebellion was ultimately suppressed, the consequences of the uprising were far-reaching. The rebellion exposed the inability of the government under the Articles of Confederation to maintain order or address the economic grievances of the people. The federal government had no power to intervene in the state's affairs and could not raise a standing army to deal with internal unrest. The chaos in Massachusetts demonstrated the deep divide between the elites in the state governments and the common people, who felt that their rights and livelihoods were being trampled by the political and economic systems of the time. Shays' rebellion sent shockwaves throughout the nation. It highlighted the weaknesses of the Articles of Confederation and the inability of the central government to effectively govern the new nation. It also brought into focus the lack of a national army or a unified approach to law enforcement. The federal government, which could do little to assist Massachusetts during the rebellion, had no real power to regulate or address such issues across the nation. The rebellion spurred debates among the Founding Fathers, who had already begun to see the need for a stronger, more unified national government. Figures such as James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and George Washington, who were deeply concerned about the instability caused by the rebellion, began to advocate for a new constitution. They believed that only a stronger central government could prevent future uprisings, maintain order, and provide the economic stability the nation needed. In 1787, the Constitutional Convention was convened in Philadelphia to address the failures of the Articles of Confederation. Delegates from all 13 states, except Rhode Island, gathered to craft a new constitution that would create a more powerful federal government. The discussions were heated as the delegates grappled with issues such as state sovereignty, representation, and the balance of power between the federal government and the states. Shays' rebellion played a significant role in pushing the country toward the drafting of the U.S. Constitution. The events in Massachusetts exposed the critical flaws in the Articles of Confederation and convinced many of the need for reform. The rebellion underscored the fact that a stronger federal government was necessary to protect both the economy and the nation's security. It also demonstrated the danger of unchecked popular unrest and the need for a government that could respond swiftly to such challenges. While the rebellion was a setback for the movement toward a more unified government, it ultimately galvanized the call for change. The new constitution that emerged from the Constitutional Convention would provide a framework for a federal government with the power to tax, regulate commerce, and raise an army. It would also create a system of checks and balances to prevent any one branch of government from becoming too powerful, ensuring that the nation could avoid the kind of instability and chaos that had been seen during Shays' rebellion. The lessons of Shays' rebellion were not lost on the framers of the Constitution. They understood that a government must have the power to address the needs of the people while maintaining order and protecting individual rights. The rebellion had exposed the dangers of a weak central government, and the new Constitution would ensure that the United States would have the strength and authority to prevent such an uprising from happening again. By 1787, the United States was struggling to maintain a stable government under the Articles of Confederation. The weaknesses of the Articles had become painfully evident, especially in the wake of Shays' rebellion, which highlighted the inability of the central government to maintain order and respond to internal crises. The need for change was clear, and it was clear to the Founding Fathers that the time had come to create a new framework for governance, one that would create a stronger central government while still preserving the rights of individual states. This pivotal moment in American history led to the calling of the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. In the spring of 1787, Delegates from 12 of the 13 states, Rhode Island refused to send delegates, gathered at Independence Hall in Philadelphia to discuss the future of the American government. The meeting was called with the intention of revising the Articles of Confederation, but it soon became clear that the articles were beyond repair. Instead, the delegates decided to abandon the articles altogether and start from scratch, drafting an entirely new system of government. The Constitutional Convention was an extraordinary gathering of brilliant minds, each bringing their own ideas, experiences, and perspectives to the table. Some of the most influential figures in American history were present, including George Washington, James Madison, Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, and John Adams, who, though not present, had been a leading advocate for the convention. These men had varied visions for the future of the country, but they were united in their commitment to creating a government that would be strong enough to hold the nation together while still safeguarding individual liberty. At the start of the convention, George Washington was elected president of the proceedings, lending his reputation and leadership to the process. Washington's influence was key in maintaining order and fostering an atmosphere of cooperation among the delegates. Despite their differences, the delegates understood that they were engaged in a monumental task, creating a government that would serve as the foundation for the fledgling United States. One of the central debates at the convention was the issue of representation. The Articles of Confederation had created a government in which each state had one vote, regardless of its size or population. This system had worked to some extent under the Articles, but many felt that it was not reflective of the realities of the growing nation. Smaller states wanted to retain equal representation, while larger states, such as Virginia and Pennsylvania, felt that representation should be based on population. The debate over representation was resolved with the creation of what became known as the Great Compromise, or the Connecticut Compromise, named after its chief architect, Roger Sherman. The compromise proposed a bicameral legislature consisting of two chambers, the Senate and the House of Representatives. In the Senate, each state would have an equal vote, satisfying the smaller states, while in the House of Representatives, representation would be based on population, satisfying the larger states. This system would become a cornerstone of the American political system, balancing the interests of both large and small states. Another key issue was the power of the executive branch. The framers of the Constitution were deeply concerned about creating a strong central government, but they were also wary of granting too much power to any one individual. The United States had just fought a war to rid themselves of a monarch, and many delegates were determined to avoid creating a new form of tyranny. The debate over the role of the president was heated, with some advocating for a powerful executive and others arguing for a weaker one. Ultimately, the delegates decided to create a presidency with significant powers, but with checks and balances in place to prevent any one branch of government from becoming too dominant. The question of slavery also loomed large during the Constitutional Convention. While slavery was legal in most of the southern states, many of the delegates, particularly those from the northern states, were deeply uncomfortable with the institution. The issue was contentious, and delegates were unwilling to risk the unity of the convention by directly confronting the issue of slavery. As a result, a compromise was reached. Slavery would remain legal in the southern states, but the importation of slaves would be banned after 1808. In addition, the Constitution included the 3/5 compromise, which counted enslaved people as 3/5 of a person for purposes of taxation and representation, a provision that would have profound and troubling implications for the future of the nation. After 4 months of intense debate and negotiation, the Constitutional Convention concluded its work on September 17, 1787. The result was a new constitution that created a strong federal government with the power to tax, regulate trade, and raise an army. The Constitution established a system of checks and balances among the 3 branches of government, the executive, the legislative, and the judicial, ensuring that no one branch could dominate the others. It also included a Bill of Rights, which would later be added as the first 10 amendments, to protect individual liberties and prevent government overreach. The Constitution was signed by 39 of the 55 delegates, but the work was far from over. The document had to be ratified by at least 9 of the 13 states before it could become law. The ratification process was contentious, with strong opposition from those who believed that the Constitution gave too much power to the federal government. These opponents, known as anti-federalists, feared that the new government would become too centralized and that individual freedoms would be at risk. The Federalists, led by figures such as Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay, argued passionately in favor of the Constitution. They wrote a series of essays known as the Federalist Papers, which explained and defended the principles of the Constitution. These essays, published in newspapers, became a key tool in persuading the American public to support the new government. In the end, the Constitution was ratified by the required 9 states with the promise that a Bill of Rights would be added to protect individual liberties. On March 4, 1789, the new government was inaugurated with George Washington as the first president. The Constitution had created a new system of government, one that would be tested in the years to come, but would ultimately prove to be a lasting framework for the nation. The Constitutional Convention was a transformative moment in American history. It represented a break from the chaos of the Articles of Confederation and laid the foundation for a stable, functional government. The Constitution would serve as the cornerstone of American democracy, establishing principles of federalism, checks and balances, and the protection of individual rights that continue to guide the nation today. After the Constitutional Convention concluded its work in September 1787, the proposed U.S. Constitution had to go through the ratification process, a crucial step before it could become the law of the land. The framers of the Constitution, having spent months in Philadelphia debating and drafting the document, were hopeful, but well aware of the challenges ahead. Ratification required approval from at least 9 of the 13 states, a process that would prove to be contentious and divided, especially as the public debate over the Constitution deepened. The primary challenge for those advocating for the Constitution, known as the Federalists, was convincing the states that a strong central government was necessary to provide stability and ensure the nation's survival. The Articles of Confederation, which had been the governing framework since the end of the Revolutionary War, had proven inadequate, and many leaders recognized the need for a new system. However, there were many who feared that the proposed Constitution gave too much power to the central government and threatened the autonomy of the states and the rights of individual citizens. The Anti-Federalists, as they were known, were particularly vocal in their opposition to the Constitution. They argued that the proposed government was too centralized and that it lacked sufficient safeguards for individual liberties. The most significant point of contention was the absence of a Bill of Rights. The Anti-Federalists feared that the government created by the Constitution would become too powerful, potentially infringing upon the freedoms of the people, just as the British government had done before the Revolution. To address these concerns, the Federalists mounted an aggressive campaign to promote the Constitution. They argued that a strong central government was essential to maintain order, promote economic growth, and protect the nation from foreign threats. Leaders such as James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and John Jay became key figures in the Federalist movement, writing a series of essays known as the Federalist Papers. These essays, published in newspapers, served as a defense of the Constitution and a detailed explanation of its principles. The Federalist Papers addressed concerns about the separation of powers, the system of checks and balances, and the necessity of a stronger central government. These writings would later become one of the most important sources for interpreting the Constitution. One of the key arguments of the Federalists was the idea of a system of checks and balances. They argued that the Constitution was designed to prevent any one branch of government from becoming too powerful. The executive, legislative, and judicial branches were to be separate but interdependent, ensuring that no one entity could dominate the others. This was a central feature of the new government, and it was crucial in convincing many skeptics that the Constitution would not lead to the rise of another tyranny. The Federalists also pointed out that the new Constitution was a response to the weaknesses of the Articles of Confederation, which had failed to provide a stable and effective government. Under the Articles, the central government had little power to enforce laws, regulate trade, or raise an army. The nation was in financial disarray, and there was no authority to address internal conflicts or external threats. The Federalists emphasized that the Constitution would give the federal government the tools to address these issues while still preserving the rights of the states and the people. Despite these arguments, the Anti-Federalists remained firmly opposed to the Constitution. They feared that the new government would become too distant from the people, as it would be far removed from their daily lives. They were particularly concerned about the absence of a Bill of Rights, which they believed was essential to protect the freedoms of individuals from government overreach. Prominent anti-federalists, such as Patrick Henry, George Mason, and Samuel Adams, expressed strong reservations about the lack of explicit protections for individual liberties. The debate over ratification became particularly heated in several key states. In Massachusetts, the first major battleground, the Federalists faced intense opposition from Anti-Federalists. The state convention was evenly divided, and it seemed that ratification might fail. However, the Federalists were able to win support by promising to add a Bill of Rights to the Constitution once it was ratified. This promise helped sway key figures like Samuel Adams, who had been a staunch Anti-Federalist, and Massachusetts became the sixth state to ratify the Constitution in February 1788. In Virginia, the fight over ratification was even more intense. Virginia was one of the most important states, both because of its size and its political influence. The debate in Virginia mirrored the national debate, with the Federalists arguing for the necessity of a strong central government and the Anti-Federalists demanding protections for individual rights. The convention was divided, and it seemed uncertain whether Virginia would ratify the Constitution. Ultimately, the Federalists secured victory with the help of key figures such as James Madison and George Washington, but only after agreeing to push for a Bill of Rights. Virginia ratified the Constitution in June 1788, making it the 10th state to do so. In New York, another key state, the battle for ratification was similarly fierce. The Federalists, led by Alexander Hamilton, were able to make a compelling case for the Constitution, but they faced fierce opposition from anti-Federalists like Governor George Clinton. The state convention was deeply divided, but the Federalists prevailed, largely due to the influence of Hamilton and his allies. New York ratified the Constitution in July 1788, securing a critical victory for the Federalist cause. By the summer of 1788, 11 states had ratified the Constitution, but two key states, North Carolina and Rhode Island, had not yet done so. The Federalists were determined to secure the support of all 13 states, as they believed that full ratification was essential to the success of the new government. In North Carolina, the Anti-Federalists managed to secure enough opposition to prevent ratification, and it wasn't until 1790 that North Carolina became the 12th state to join the Union, after the promise of a Bill of Rights had been fulfilled. Rhode Island, the smallest and most resistant state, was the last to ratify the Constitution. The state had initially refused to send delegates to the Constitutional Convention, and had been strongly opposed to the new government. However, by 1790, Rhode Island's economy was suffering, and its leaders realized that they could not afford to remain outside the Union. In May 1790, Rhode Island became the 13th and final state to ratify the Constitution, bringing the new government into full effect. The ratification of the Constitution marked the end of one era and the beginning of another. The new government, based on the principles of federalism, separation of powers, and the protection of individual rights, would replace the weak and ineffective system under the Articles of Confederation. The promise of a Bill of Rights, which was fulfilled with the adoption of the first 10 amendments to the Constitution in 1791, helped to ease concerns about the new government's potential for tyranny. The ratification process was a difficult and contentious struggle, but it ultimately laid the foundation for the United States of America as we know it today. The Constitution, with its system of checks and balances, its protection of individual rights, and its emphasis on the rule of law, has endured for over 2 centuries and remains the cornerstone of American democracy. The ratification of the Constitution was not just the beginning of a new government. It was the birth of a new nation, one that would grow, evolve, and play a central role in shaping the world. After the United States Constitution was ratified in 1788, the newly formed nation faced the monumental task of establishing its government and creating a sense of unity among the states. While the Constitution provided the framework for government, it did not address the concerns of those who feared the potential for government overreach and the violation of individual liberties. In order to gain the support of key states like Massachusetts and Virginia, the Federalists had promised to add a Bill of Rights, a set of amendments that would explicitly protect individual freedoms and limit the power of the federal government. The Bill of Rights, which would become the first 10 amendments to the Constitution, became a focal point for the early years of the American Republic. The Federalists, led by figures like James Madison and Alexander Hamilton, had initially resisted the idea of a Bill of Rights, believing that the Constitution itself already limited the power of the federal government sufficiently. However, the anti-Federalists, who feared that the new government might infringe on the rights of the people, argued passionately for a written guarantee of individual freedoms. In the end, the Federalists conceded to the demand for a Bill of Rights, understanding that its inclusion was crucial for the Constitution's acceptance and the nation's long-term stability. James Madison, who would go on to become the 4th President of the United States, played a crucial role in drafting the Bill of Rights. Although he had originally opposed the idea, he ultimately became one of its strongest proponents. Madison understood that a Bill of Rights would protect the fundamental freedoms of American citizens and help to cement the legitimacy of the new government. In 1789, Madison introduced a series of amendments to the Constitution, many of which were drawn from state declarations of rights and the Virginia Declaration of Rights, which had been written by George Mason. The Bill of Rights was designed to address the concerns of the Anti-Federalists, who feared the creation of a powerful central government that could trample on the rights of individuals and states. The first 10 amendments to the Constitution provided protections for basic civil liberties, such as freedom of speech, religion, and the press, the right to bear arms, and protection from unreasonable searches and seizures. The amendments also ensured that the federal government could not impose excessive bail or cruel and unusual punishment, and that individuals could not be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. The Bill of Rights was ratified in 1791, becoming a cornerstone of American political culture and one of the key elements that distinguished the United States from many other nations. The inclusion of the Bill of Rights solidified the principles of individual liberty and limited government, which would guide the nation for centuries to come. These rights would later become a powerful tool in the hands of American citizens, used to challenge injustices and ensure the protection of civil liberties. While the Bill of Rights helped to secure the support of those who had been wary of the new Constitution, the early years of the Republic were marked by significant challenges as the nation worked to implement its new government. The first President of the United States, George Washington, assumed office in 1789. At a time when the country was deeply divided and its institutions were still being established. Washington, whose leadership during the Revolutionary War had earned him widespread respect, was seen as the ideal candidate to lead the fledgling nation. He took office with a strong sense of duty but faced the difficult task of navigating the complex political landscape of the new republic. Washington understood that the future of the United States depended on creating a strong federal government that could unite the states, address economic challenges, and safeguard the rights of the people. One of Washington's first actions as president was to establish the executive departments that would form the core of the federal government. He appointed Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State, Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury, and Henry Knox as Secretary of War. These men, along with other key figures such as James Madison, played a crucial role in shaping the policies of the new government and setting the direction for the nation. Hamilton, as Secretary of the Treasury, became one of the most influential figures in the early years of the Republic. He advocated for a strong central government and a national economic system that would promote commerce, industry, and national unity. Hamilton proposed the creation of a national bank, the establishment of a system of federal taxes, and the federal government's assumption of state debts incurred during the Revolutionary War. These proposals were designed to strengthen the federal government's ability to raise revenue and pay off the war debt, while also promoting economic growth. Hamilton's economic vision was met with strong opposition from figures like Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, who believed that the federal government should have limited powers and that states should retain control over their economies. Jefferson, as Secretary of State, championed a vision of an agrarian society where power remained in the hands of the states, and he opposed Hamilton's ideas for a national bank and a strong central government. The rivalry between Hamilton and Jefferson would shape the political landscape of the United States for decades to come, eventually leading to the formation of the first political parties in the country. Despite the political divisions, Washington's leadership helped to stabilize the new government and lay the foundation for its future success. Under Washington's leadership, the United States navigated the challenges of foreign relations, economic development, and the establishment of democratic institutions. The early years of the Republic saw the creation of key institutions such as the federal judiciary, the development of a national economy, and the gradual formation of political parties. In foreign affairs, Washington faced the difficult task of maintaining neutrality in the face of European conflicts. The United States was caught between the warring powers of Britain and France, both of whom sought American support. Washington's decision to remain neutral in the conflict between Britain and France was one of the defining moments of his presidency, and it helped to establish the principle of American isolationism that would shape U.S. foreign policy for much of the 19th century. The early years of the Republic were also marked by the expansion of American territory and the consolidation of federal power. Washington signed treaties with Native American tribes, secured the country's borders, and oversaw the establishment of federal lands in the West. While the United States was still a young nation, its leaders were already laying the groundwork for the country's growth, development, and eventual emergence as a global power. The Bill of Rights, coupled with the leadership of George Washington and the efforts of key figures like Hamilton, Jefferson, and Madison, helped to establish the foundation for the United States as a democratic republic. The nation's early years were fraught with challenges, but the principles set forth in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights ensured that individual liberties would be. As the United States moved into the 1790s, the new nation was still finding its footing. The early years under the Constitution had seen the establishment of key government institutions, such as the executive departments and the federal judiciary, but tensions between the country's political leaders soon led to the formation of political parties, an institution that was not anticipated by the framers of the Constitution. Initially, political factions were not formalized in the way that political parties are today, but the ideological differences between key leaders like Alexander Hamilton and Thomas Jefferson quickly became apparent. These differences centered around questions of government power, economic policy, foreign relations, and how to interpret the Constitution itself. Over time, these ideological differences evolved into the first political parties in the United States, fundamentally shaping the direction of the nation. The rise of the Federalists. The first political party to emerge in the United States was the Federalist Party, led by Alexander Hamilton. Hamilton, who had been the Secretary of the Treasury under President George Washington, championed a vision of a strong central government with significant federal power. He believed that a robust national government was essential for promoting economic growth, ensuring national security, and maintaining order. Central to his economic vision was the creation of a national bank, which he argued was necessary for stabilizing the nation's finances, managing debt, and fostering economic development. Hamilton also advocated for a system of tariffs and federal taxes to generate revenue and support federal programs. The Federalists were generally supported by merchants, urban elites, and those who saw a strong central government as necessary for the country's survival. They believed in a broad interpretation of the Constitution, meaning that the federal government could take actions not explicitly outlined in the Constitution if they were necessary to fulfill the government's responsibilities. This view of the Constitution allowed for the creation of institutions like the National Bank, which was not explicitly authorized in the document, but was deemed by Hamilton and his supporters to be an implied power. Hamilton's vision of a strong central government clashed with the more populist and states' rights-oriented vision held by his political rivals. While Hamilton's ideas were influential in the development of the early republic, his Federalist Party faced significant opposition from those who feared that a strong federal government would trample on individual liberties and the rights of the states. The emergence of the Democratic Republicans. In opposition to the Federalists was the Democratic Republican Party, led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison. Jefferson, who served as Secretary of State under President Washington, believed in a limited federal government that would leave most powers to the states. He and Madison, both strong proponents of agrarianism, envisioned a country of independent farmers who would thrive in a decentralized republic. They feared that a strong central government like the one Hamilton advocated for would lead to tyranny and abuse of power. Jefferson and Madison championed a strict interpretation of the Constitution, believing that the government could only do what was explicitly permitted in the document. They opposed the creation of the National Bank, arguing that it was unconstitutional and gave too much power to the federal government. Instead, Jefferson's vision was one of a decentralized government, with power vested primarily in the hands of the states and local governments. The Democratic Republicans, who were largely supported by farmers, artisans, and those in the rural South and West, opposed Hamilton's economic policies, particularly the creation of a national bank and the associated assumption of state debts by the federal government. They also favored closer ties with France, whose revolutionary ideals they admired, while the Federalists favored Britain, seeing it as a stabilizing force in international affairs. As the 1790s progressed, these two factions began to coalesce into organized political parties, each with its own vision for the future of the United States. The Federalists, who believed in a strong national government, a robust economy, and close ties with Britain, found their support base primarily among the urban elites, business owners, and those in the Northeast. Meanwhile, the Democratic Republicans, who advocated for agrarianism, limited government, and closer ties with France, found support among farmers, rural communities, and those in the South and West. The election of 1796, the first presidential election in which political parties played a significant role, was the election of 1796. The Federalists nominated John Adams, a key figure in the independence movement and one of the architects of the Declaration of Independence. The Democratic Republicans nominated Thomas Jefferson, the nation's former Secretary of State, who had become one of the most vocal critics of the Federalist agenda. The election of 1796 marked a turning point in American politics, as it was the first time that organized political parties battled for control of the presidency. Adams ultimately won the election, defeating Jefferson by a narrow margin, but the contest revealed the deep divisions between the two emerging political factions. Adams, a Federalist, became the second president of the United States, while Jefferson, a Democratic Republican, became vice president, reflecting the fractured political landscape. Although Adams and Jefferson had once been allies in the fight for independence, their political differences quickly became apparent during Adams's presidency. Adams struggled to maintain the neutrality that he and Washington had espoused during the Revolutionary War, facing pressure from both France and Britain. The Federalists supported a more pro-British stance, while the Democratic Republicans advocated for closer relations with France, especially after the French Revolution. The bitter political rivalry between Adams and Jefferson, along with the increasing polarization of American politics, set the stage for future elections, most notably the election of 1800, which would be one of the most contentious in American history. The legacy of the first political parties. The formation of political parties in the United States was a significant development in the country's political history. While the framers of the Constitution had not anticipated the rise of political parties, they quickly became a key feature of the American political landscape. The Federalists and Democratic Republicans represented competing visions for the future of the nation, with one side advocating for a strong central government and a robust economy, and the other calling for a more decentralized government and a focus on agrarian values. The formation of political parties also had important implications for American democracy. While the existence of political parties was not anticipated by the framers, their rise helped to organize the political process and gave voters clear choices in elections. The rivalry between the Federalists and Democratic Republicans led to the development of party platforms, debates, and political ideologies that continue to shape American politics to this day. Despite the fact that the two parties had fundamentally different visions for the country, the rivalry between them helped to create a more vibrant and competitive political system. Over time, political parties would become a central feature of American democracy, allowing citizens to organize and advocate for their beliefs, while also providing a mechanism for holding leaders accountable. As the United States moved into the 1790s, the new nation was still finding its footing. The early years under the Constitution had seen the establishment of key government institutions, such as the executive departments and the federal judiciary. But tensions between the country's political leaders soon led to the formation of political parties, an institution that was not anticipated by the framers of the Constitution. Initially, political factions were not formalized in the way that political parties are today, but the ideological differences between key leaders like Alexander Hamilton and Thomas Jefferson quickly became apparent. These differences centered around questions of government power, economic policy, foreign relations, and how to interpret the Constitution itself. Over time, these ideological differences evolved into the first political parties in the United States, fundamentally shaping the direction of the nation. The rise of the Federalists. The first political party to emerge in the United States was the Federalist Party, led by Alexander Hamilton. Hamilton, who had been the Secretary of the Treasury under President George Washington, championed a vision of a strong central government with significant federal power. He believed that a robust national government was essential for promoting economic growth, ensuring national security, and maintaining order. Central to his economic vision was the creation of a national bank, which he argued was necessary for stabilizing the nation's finances, managing debt, and fostering economic development. Hamilton also advocated for a system of tariffs and federal taxes to generate revenue and support federal programs. The Federalists were generally supported by merchants, urban elites, and those who saw a strong central government as necessary for the country's survival. They believed in a broad interpretation of the Constitution, meaning that the federal government could take actions not explicitly outlined in the Constitution if they were necessary to fulfill the government's responsibilities. This view of the Constitution allowed for the creation of institutions like the National Bank, which was not explicitly authorized in the document, but was deemed by Hamilton and his supporters to be an implied power. Hamilton's vision of a strong central government clashed with the more populist and states' rights-oriented vision held by his political rivals. While Hamilton's ideas were influential in the development of the early republic, his Federalist Party faced significant opposition from those who feared that a strong federal government would trample on individual liberties and the rights of the states. The emergence of the Democratic Republicans. In opposition to the Federalists was the Democratic Republican Party, led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison. Jefferson, who served as Secretary of State under President Washington, believed in a limited federal government that would leave most powers to the states. He and Madison, both strong proponents of agrarianism, envisioned a country of independent farmers who would thrive in a decentralized republic. They feared that a strong central government, like the one Hamilton advocated for, would lead to tyranny and abuse of power. Jefferson and Madison championed a strict interpretation of the Constitution, believing that the government could only do what was explicitly permitted in the document. They opposed the creation of the National Bank, arguing that it was unconstitutional and gave too much power to the federal government. Instead, Jefferson's vision was one of a decentralized government, with power vested primarily in the hands of the states and local governments. The Democratic Republicans, who were largely supported by farmers, artisans, and those in the rural South and West, opposed Hamilton's economic policies, particularly the creation of a national bank and the associated assumption of state debts by the federal government. They also favored closer ties with France, whose revolutionary ideals they admired, while the Federalists favored Britain, seeing it as a stabilizing force in international affairs. As the 1790s progressed, these two factions began to coalesce into organized political parties, each with its own vision for the future of the United States. The Federalists, who believed in a strong national government, a robust economy, and close ties with Britain, found their support base primarily among the urban elites, business owners, and those in the Northeast. Meanwhile, the Democratic Republicans, who advocated for agrarianism, limited government, and closer ties with France, found support among farmers, rural communities, and those in the South and West. The election of 1796. The first presidential election in which political parties played a significant role was the election of 1796. The Federalists nominated John Adams, a key figure in the independence movement and one of the architects of the Declaration of Independence. The Democratic Republicans nominated Thomas Jefferson, the nation's former Secretary of State, who had become one of the most vocal critics of the Federalist agenda. The election of 1796 marked a turning point in American politics, as it was the first time that organized political parties battled for control of the presidency. Adams ultimately won the election, defeating Jefferson by a narrow margin, but the contest revealed the deep divisions between the two emerging political factions. Adams, a Federalist, became the second president of the United States, while Jefferson, a Democratic Republican, became vice president, reflecting the fractured political landscape. Although Adams and Jefferson had once been allies in the fight for independence, their political differences quickly became apparent during Adams' presidency. Adams struggled to maintain the neutrality that he and Washington had espoused during the Revolutionary War, facing pressure from both France and Britain. The Federalists supported a more pro-British stance, while the Democratic Republicans advocated for closer relations with France, especially after the French Revolution. The bitter political rivalry between Adams and Jefferson, along with the increasing polarization of American politics, set the stage for future elections, most notably the election of 1800, which would be one of the most contentious in American history. The legacy of the first political parties. The formation of political parties in the United States was a significant development in the country's political history. While the framers of the Constitution had not anticipated the rise of political parties, they quickly became a key feature of the American political landscape. The Federalists and Democratic Republicans represented competing visions for the future of the nation, with one side advocating for a strong central government and a robust economy, and the other calling for a more decentralized government and a focus on agrarian values. The formation of political parties also had important implications for American democracy. While the existence of political parties was not anticipated by the framers, their rise helped to organize the political process and gave voters clear choices in elections. The rivalry between the Federalists and Democratic Republicans led to the development of party platforms, debates, and political ideologies that continue to shape American politics to this day. Despite the fact that the two parties had fundamentally different visions for the country, the rivalry between them helped to create a more vibrant and competitive political system. Over time, political parties would become a central feature of American democracy, allowing citizens to organize and advocate for their beliefs, while also providing a mechanism for holding leaders accountable. Protected, and the nation would continue to evolve. The year 1800 marked a pivotal moment in American history, not only for its dramatic political implications, but also for the country's evolving democratic experiment. Known as the Revolution of 1800, the election between Thomas Jefferson and John Adams was not just a contest between two men, it was a battle between two opposing visions for the future of the United States. The outcome of this election would determine the direction of the nation, solidifying the idea of peaceful political transitions and further entrenching the power of political parties in American governance. The election of 1800 was the first presidential contest between two political parties: the Federalists, who represented a strong central government, and the Democratic Republicans, who championed states' rights and a limited federal government. The two candidates, Thomas Jefferson, running for the Democratic Republicans, and incumbent President John Adams, running for re-election as a Federalist, had starkly different visions for the nation, the political landscape. By 1800, the nation was divided along ideological lines. President John Adams, who had succeeded George Washington, was a Federalist who believed in a strong central government and had enacted policies that were aimed at strengthening the power of the federal government. One of his most controversial acts was the Alien and Sedition Acts, passed in 1798, which gave the government the power to deport foreigners and made it more difficult for immigrants to vote. The acts also criminalized criticism of the government, a direct attack on freedom of speech that deeply angered many Americans, particularly the press, and bolstered Jefferson's position. Jefferson, a staunch advocate for states' rights and the agrarian ideal, was the leader of the Democratic-Republican opposition. He believed that a large central government could become oppressive, and he envisioned a nation of small farmers, where local governments had more power. Jefferson's criticism of Adams was harsh, and he was determined to reverse many of the policies the Federalists had put in place. The election of 1800 would thus become a contest over the future of American governance, whether the nation would remain under the control of the Federalist vision of a strong centralized government, or whether it would embrace Jefferson's more decentralized, states' rights-oriented approach. The campaign was marked by bitter personal attacks. Jefferson's opponents accused him of being an atheist, a radical, and a sympathizer with the French Revolution, while Adams' critics decried him as a monarchist and a threat to civil liberties. The Federalists, having a stronghold in the northeastern states, were confident that Adams would win re-election, but they had underestimated the growing influence of the Democratic Republicans, particularly in the southern and western parts of the country. Despite Jefferson's popularity in the southern and western states, the election was complicated by the structure of the Electoral College. Under the Constitution, each state's electors cast 2 votes for president, with the top vote-getter becoming president and the second-place finisher becoming vice president. This system created a tie between Jefferson and his running mate, Aaron Burr, both of whom were Democratic Republicans, each receiving 73 electoral votes. In contrast, Adams received 65 votes, and his running mate, Charles C. Pinckney, received 64 votes. The tie between Jefferson and Burr threw the election into the hands of the House of Representatives, where each state's delegation cast 1 vote. The Federalists, who controlled the House, were faced with the dilemma of choosing between 2 members of the same party. Alexander Hamilton, though a Federalist, disliked Burr's character and political ambitions, and he publicly supported Jefferson, believing him to be the lesser of 2 evils. On the 36th ballot, Jefferson was finally chosen as president. The peaceful transfer of power. The election of 1800 is often hailed as a turning point for American democracy because it marked the first peaceful transfer of power from one political party to another. Despite the deep divisions and animosity of the campaign, the outcome was accepted without violence or civil unrest. Jefferson's victory was hailed as a triumph for democracy, and he referred to it as the Revolution of 1800. A return to the principles of the American Revolution, where the will of the people triumphed over the power of an entrenched ruling class. In his inaugural address, Jefferson sought to heal the divisions created by the election. He called for unity, saying, "We are all Republicans, we are all Federalists." He emphasized that despite the differences in political views, the American people were united in their commitment to the Republic and to the values of liberty and self-governance. Jefferson's words helped to reassure the nation that the new government would be inclusive and responsive to the needs of all citizens. The legacy of the election of 1800. The outcome of the election of 1800 had a profound impact on American politics. First, It solidified the power of political parties as an essential element of the American political system. The Democratic Republicans, now firmly in control of the federal government, would dominate American politics for the next several decades. The Federalist Party, which had been the dominant force in the 1790s, began to decline after the loss in 1800, though it would continue to exist in some form for a time. Second, the election of 1800 established the principle of a peaceful transition of power. The peaceful handover from Federalist to Democratic-Republican control would set an important precedent for future elections and would come to symbolize the strength of American democracy. The fact that the United States could transition between political parties without violence or upheaval was a remarkable achievement for a country still in its infancy. Finally, Jefferson's presidency marked the beginning of a new political era. Jefferson sought to limit the power of the federal government, reduce the national debt, and dismantle many of the policies put in place by the Federalists. His presidency saw the expansion of the United States through the Louisiana Purchase, a move that more than doubled the size of the nation and secured its position as a continental power. Jefferson also worked to promote agrarianism and states' rights, aligning with the ideals of the Revolutionary War and the vision of a nation of independent farmers. In the years following the election of 1800, the Democratic-Republican Party would continue to shape the direction of the nation, but the seeds of future political divisions were already being sown. Jefferson's policies, particularly his stance on states' rights and the size of the federal government, would create tensions within his own party and lead to the emergence of new political factions, setting the stage for future political struggles. As the United States entered the 19th century, the young nation was still shaping its identity and grappling with questions of territorial growth, governance, and foreign relations. Among the most transformative events in the early years of the Republic was the Louisiana Purchase of 1803. This acquisition doubled the size of the United States, opened up vast territories for settlement and exploration, and set the stage for the westward expansion that would define much of the country's future. The Louisiana Territory had been originally controlled by France, but was ceded to Spain in 1763 following the French and Indian War. In 1800, however, France regained control of the territory through a secret treaty with Spain, sparking concern in the United States. France, under the leadership of Napoleon Bonaparte, had plans to re-establish an empire in North America, which included the development of the vast lands along the Mississippi River and the port of New Orleans. This posed a significant threat to American interests, as the Mississippi River was crucial for transporting goods from the Western territories to the Gulf of Mexico. Thomas Jefferson, the third President of the United States, was particularly alarmed by the prospect of a powerful French presence in North America. The port of New Orleans, through which much of the nation's trade passed, was of strategic importance. Jefferson feared that if France controlled the Mississippi River in New Orleans, it could block American access to the port and the trade routes. Such a situation would greatly undermine the United States' ability to sustain its economy and its expansion into the Western territories. In response to this potential threat, Jefferson sought to negotiate with France for the purchase of New Orleans and the surrounding land. Jefferson had always been a proponent of a vision of an agrarian republic, with small farmers thriving in the western lands, and he recognized that access to the Mississippi River was essential to the success of this vision. He sent envoys to Paris to negotiate the purchase of the port, but to his surprise, the French government, led by Napoleon, offered much more than he had expected. Napoleon, facing mounting financial troubles due to his wars in Europe and the costly slave rebellion in Saint-Domingue, modern-day Haiti, had decided that the costs of maintaining an empire in North America were too high. In addition, Napoleon's plans to re-establish a French presence in the Americas were beginning to falter. As a result, the French government offered to sell not just New Orleans, but the entire Louisiana Territory, which stretched from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains and from the Gulf of Mexico to the Canadian border. This vast territory encompassed over 828,000 square miles, an area that would double the size of the United States. The offer was one that Jefferson and his envoys, James Monroe and Robert Livingston, could not refuse. The price was $15 million, a bargain considering the immense size and potential of the land. Although the United States had the funds to make the purchase, Jefferson initially had reservations. The Constitution did not explicitly authorize the president to purchase land, and Jefferson, a strict constructionist who believed in limiting the powers of the federal government, was concerned that the acquisition might exceed his constitutional authority. However, Jefferson eventually concluded that the purchase was in the best interest of the country. He justified the purchase by pointing out that it was necessary to secure the country's future, ensure access to trade routes, and expand the nation's territory. In April 1803, the United States and France signed the treaty, officially making the Louisiana Territory part of the United States. The acquisition of the land was not only a momentous achievement in terms of territorial expansion, but it also had profound implications for the future of the United States. The purchase gave the young nation control over the Mississippi River and the port of New Orleans, ensuring that American trade could flow freely through these vital waterways. It also opened up vast, largely uncharted territories for settlement and exploration. The Louisiana Purchase also marked the beginning of the United States' westward expansion. The acquisition of such a large and fertile landmass paved the way for the concept of manifest destiny, the belief that the United States was destined by God to expand across the North American continent, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. This idea would later drive American settlers to push westward, claiming new territories, establishing settlements, and creating new states. With the Louisiana Territory now part of the United States, Jefferson moved quickly to explore and map the newly acquired land. He commissioned the famous Lewis and Clark expedition, led by Meriwether Lewis and William Clark, to explore the western frontier and gather information about the geography, natural resources, and Native American tribes in the region. The expedition, which began in 1804 and lasted until 1806, was a monumental achievement. Lewis and Clark traveled thousands of miles, mapping the land, making contact with Native American tribes, and documenting the natural resources of the region. Their journey opened up the West to further exploration and settlement. The Louisiana Purchase also had significant political and economic consequences. The acquisition of such a vast and resource-rich territory created new opportunities for agriculture, trade, and industry. It also sparked debates about slavery, as the new lands raised the question of whether new states should be admitted as free or slave states. This issue would continue to be a source of division and conflict in the decades to come, contributing to the tensions that eventually led to the Civil War. On the global stage, the Louisiana Purchase changed the balance of power in North America. By acquiring such a large expanse of land, the United States had positioned itself as a growing power in the Western Hemisphere. The purchase also signaled the decline of European influence in the Americas as the United States emerged as the dominant force on the continent. While the Louisiana Purchase was widely celebrated in the United States, it was not without its challenges. The acquisition of the land was a significant financial investment, and the United States had to find ways to manage and govern the new territory. The land was largely unsettled, and it would take years to establish infrastructure, build roads, and settle the land. The government also had to contend with the complex relationship with Native American tribes, who had long inhabited the region. Despite these challenges, the Louisiana Purchase remains one of the most significant achievements in American history. It marked the expansion of the United States into a continental power and set the stage for the nation's growth throughout the 19th century. The purchase was a bold move that demonstrated the young nation's ability to secure its interests and chart its own course. It also reflected the vision of Thomas Jefferson, who believed in the potential of an agrarian republic and saw the West as the key to the nation's future. The War of 1812, often called the Second War for American Independence, marked a defining moment in the young nation's struggle to establish itself as an autonomous power on the global stage. While the Treaty of Paris in 1783 had formally ended the Revolutionary War, the United States remained embroiled in international disputes that would eventually lead to this conflict. The War of 1812 was a complex struggle involving issues of national sovereignty, trade restrictions, and territorial expansion. The conflict would leave an indelible mark on the country's identity, helping to forge a sense of unity and national pride that had been lacking since the nation's founding. The causes of the war. Several factors contributed to the outbreak of the War of 1812. One of the primary issues was the British practice of impressment, in which British naval forces forcibly took American sailors from their ships, claiming they were deserters from the British Navy. This practice angered many Americans, who saw it as a direct affront to their sovereignty and an unjust violation of their rights as neutral citizens. The British Navy's interference with American trade and their refusal to respect American neutrality in the ongoing Napoleonic Wars between Britain and France added fuel to the fire. Another significant issue was the trade restrictions imposed by both Britain and France, who were engaged in a long-standing war with each other. The British imposed a blockade on France, restricting American trade with the French, while the French retaliated with their own restrictions on British trade. These restrictions hurt the American economy, particularly the shipping industry, and left many Americans frustrated with their government's inability to protect their economic interests. Additionally, many American politicians and citizens were increasingly concerned about British influence in North America, particularly in the Western territories. British support for Native American tribes who were resisting American expansion exacerbated these concerns. The United States was eager to expand its borders westward, but British alliances with Native American groups in the region complicated these ambitions. Some Americans, particularly those in the South and West, believed that war with Britain would allow the United States to annex Canada, remove British influence, and open up new territories for settlement. The final catalyst for the war was the rise of a more militant group of politicians known as the War Hawks, led by figures such as Henry Clay of Kentucky and John C. Calhoun of South Carolina. These young, passionate nationalists were eager to assert American strength and expand the nation's borders. They saw war with Britain as an opportunity to address the various grievances against British policies and to further the goals of territorial expansion. The course of the war. The United States declared war on Britain on June 18, 1812, but the conflict did not go as smoothly as many had hoped. The U.S. military was ill-prepared for war. The army was small, poorly trained, and underfunded. Many of the soldiers were militia members with little experience, and the Navy, though formidable in some respects, was no match for the might of the British Royal Navy. The initial American strategy was to invade Canada, believing that it would be an easy victory and a way to weaken British influence in North America. However, the invasion efforts were largely unsuccessful. American forces were repelled in the battles of Queenston Heights and the Battle of Detroit, and the British maintained control over the region. The failures in Canada exposed the weaknesses of the American military and the difficulty of fighting a well-established global power like Britain. The war also saw a series of naval engagements. The American Navy, despite being smaller than the British Navy, achieved some notable victories. The USS Constitution, nicknamed Old Ironsides, famously defeated the HMS Guerriere in 1812, earning the American Navy respect and boosting morale. However, the British blockade of American ports severely disrupted trade, causing economic hardships and reducing the effectiveness of American naval forces. On land, the war was marked by a series of battles along the Canadian border, in the South, and on the Great Lakes. One of the key American victories came in 1813 at the Battle of Lake Erie, where Commodore Oliver Hazard Perry's fleet defeated the British, giving the United States control over the lake. This victory helped turn the tide in the western theater of the war and secured the American position in the Northwest Territory. In the South, General Andrew Jackson emerged as a hero. securing important victories in the Battle of Horseshoe Bend in 1814 against the Creek Nation, who were allied with the British. Jackson's success in the South culminated in the Battle of New Orleans in January 1815, where his forces decisively defeated a British invasion, even though the war had technically ended with the signing of the Treaty of Ghent just weeks earlier. Jackson's victory at New Orleans made him a national hero and helped propel him into the political spotlight, eventually leading to his election as president in 1828, the Treaty of Ghent, and the end of the war. After years of inconclusive battles, both the United States and Britain were weary of the conflict. In August 1814, British forces captured Washington, D.C., and burned the White House and the Capitol, but they were unable to sustain their efforts. The British were engaged in conflicts with Napoleon in Europe and did not have the resources to commit fully to the war in North America. With both sides exhausted, peace talks began in Ghent, Belgium, in the summer of 1814. The Treaty of Ghent was signed on December 24, 1814, officially ending the War of 1812. The treaty essentially restored the status quo ante bellum, meaning that neither side gained nor lost territory. The issues of impressment, trade restrictions, and territorial disputes were not directly addressed, but the treaty did mark the end of British interference in American sovereignty. Importantly, the treaty did not resolve the issue of Native American land rights, and British support for Native resistance would continue to be a problem for the United States in the years that followed. The legacy of the War of 1812. Although the War of 1812 did not result in clear territorial gains for the United States, it had a lasting impact on the nation. The war fostered a sense of national pride and unity, particularly in the wake of the victories at Lake Erie and New Orleans. The successful defense of American sovereignty against one of the world's greatest powers solidified the United States' standing in the world and laid the foundation for the country's westward expansion. The war also marked the end of the Federalist Party. The party had been critical of the war, with many Federalists in the Northeast strongly opposing the conflict. After the war, the party's opposition to the war effort and its perceived lack of patriotism led to its decline. The Democratic-Republican Party emerged as the dominant political force in the years following the war, ushering in the era of good feelings, a period of relative political unity and national optimism. In the longer term, the War of 1812 had important consequences for the United States. It forced the country to develop a more robust industrial base, especially in the Northeast, as Americans realized the need to become less dependent on foreign imports. It also set the stage for the United States to assert its influence in the Western Hemisphere, with the Monroe Doctrine of 1823 signaling the country's growing role in global affairs. The War of 1812 may have been a controversial and often misunderstood conflict, but it played a crucial role in shaping the United States into a more independent, unified, and powerful nation. In the years following the War of 1812, the United States faced a rapidly changing global landscape. The young nation had successfully defended its sovereignty against Britain and had emerged from the war with a renewed sense of national pride. As the United States grew in both size and influence, it also faced the challenge of asserting its position on the world stage. One of the most significant moments in the early 19th century in shaping American foreign policy came with the Monroe Doctrine, delivered by President James Monroe in 1823. The Monroe Doctrine, though brief in its delivery, would become one of the cornerstones of American foreign policy for the next century. It marked a turning point in the United States' approach to European influence in the Western Hemisphere and signaled a growing sense of American nationalism and independence. The doctrine was not just a response to contemporary events. It was a statement of the United States' intent to protect its interests and influence in the Americas, and to establish its role as a dominant power in the Western Hemisphere. The context of the Monroe Doctrine. The early 19th century was a time of significant political upheaval and change in Europe and the Americas. The Napoleonic Wars had ravaged Europe, and the power structures of many European nations had been shaken. In the wake of Napoleon's defeat, European powers, especially Spain and Portugal, were facing the loss of their colonies in Latin America. where movements for independence were gaining momentum. The United States, having gained its own independence from Britain a few decades earlier, closely followed the revolutionary struggles in Latin America and the Caribbean. At the same time, European monarchies, particularly Spain, were keen on reclaiming their lost colonies. There was growing concern in the United States that European powers, particularly Spain and France, might try to reassert control over former colonies or establish new colonial holdings in the Americas. The United States had a vested interest in preventing such actions, as it could threaten the young nation's security, disrupt trade routes, and complicate territorial expansion. In addition to these concerns, the United States had been engaged in diplomatic negotiations with European powers, particularly Britain, regarding their interest in the Americas. In 1823, the British government, under Prime Minister George Canning, proposed a joint declaration with the United States to prevent European intervention in Latin America. While Britain was motivated by the desire to protect its trade interests in the Americas, President Monroe saw this as an opportunity to assert American dominance in the Western Hemisphere without appearing to align too closely with Britain. Monroe's address to Congress. On December 2nd, 1823, President Monroe delivered his annual message to Congress, in which he outlined his foreign policy vision and officially introduced what would become known as the Monroe Doctrine. In his address, Monroe stated that the Western Hemisphere was no longer open to European colonization. He declared that any European attempt to extend its system of government to the Americas would be viewed as a threat to the peace and safety of the United States. Monroe further asserted that the United States would not interfere in the internal affairs of European nations or their existing colonies, but that it would protect the sovereignty of the newly independent nations in the Americas. The key points of the Monroe Doctrine were as follows. The Western Hemisphere was closed to further European colonization. Any European attempt to interfere in the affairs of nations in the Americas would be seen as a hostile act against the United States. The United States would not interfere in European affairs or existing European colonies in the Americas. While Monroe's speech did not specifically call for military action, it was a clear statement of American policy. Monroe's message was meant to assert that the United States had a right to influence and protect the Western Hemisphere, and it was particularly aimed at European powers like Spain, which still had colonies in Latin America, and Russia, which had extended its influence in North America along the Pacific coast. The impact of the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine was an immediate and powerful statement of American nationalism. It reflected the United States' growing confidence and its desire to establish itself as a dominant power in the Americas. It also demonstrated the nation's desire to protect its economic interests and the independence of the newly formed republics in Latin America, many of which had recently won independence from European colonial powers. Though the Monroe Doctrine was initially issued as a declaration by President Monroe, it quickly became a foundational element of American foreign policy. Its principles were invoked throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, particularly during times of imperial expansion, such as the Spanish-American War and the Cold War. Over time, the Monroe Doctrine was seen as a symbol of the United States' commitment to protecting the sovereignty of nations in the Americas from European intervention. However, while the Monroe Doctrine was a bold declaration, its enforcement was complicated. The United States did not yet have the military power to actively enforce the doctrine, especially against European powers like Britain, which maintained a significant naval presence. Instead, the United States relied on diplomatic support from Britain, which had its own interests in preventing European colonization in the Americas. In this sense, the Monroe Doctrine was as much a diplomatic maneuver as a military threat, as Britain shared many of the same interests in keeping European powers out of the Western Hemisphere. The doctrine's long-term legacy. Over time, the Monroe Doctrine became a central tenet of U.S. foreign policy, particularly as the country's global influence grew. In the late 19th century, as the United States became more involved in global affairs and began to assert its dominance in the Western Hemisphere, the doctrine was used to justify American intervention in Latin America and the Caribbean. The Roosevelt Corollary. articulated by President Theodore Roosevelt in 1904, expanded on the Monroe Doctrine by asserting the right of the United States to intervene in Latin American countries to stabilize them if they were unable to maintain order. This idea was used to justify U.S. interventions in countries such as Cuba, the Dominican Republic, and Nicaragua. Throughout the 20th century, the Monroe Doctrine was invoked during times of tension with European powers, and later with the Soviet Union during the Cold War. It became an enduring symbol of the United States' role as the protector of the Americas and a champion of hemispheric security and sovereignty. However, the Monroe Doctrine also led to criticism, particularly in Latin America. Many Latin American nations saw it as an excuse for American imperialism and interference in their affairs. The United States, while promoting the doctrine as a means of protecting the sovereignty of Latin American nations, often used it to justify interventions and control over the region. The impact of the Monroe Doctrine, therefore, was both a reflection of U.S. ambitions and an ongoing source of tension with other nations in the Americas. Conclusion. The Monroe Doctrine was a defining moment in the early years of the United States, symbolizing the nation's emerging role as a protector of the Western Hemisphere. It marked a shift from the young nation's earlier policy of avoiding entanglements with European powers to a more assertive stance on global and regional affairs. The doctrine's legacy, though complex and often controversial, would shape the trajectory of U.S. foreign policy for centuries, from its early years of nation-building to its later role as a global superpower. The period following the War of 1812 marked a time of relative political unity, economic growth, and national optimism in the United States. This era, which lasted from approximately 1815 to 1825, is often referred to as the Era of Good Feelings. The name reflects the general sense of national pride and unity that emerged after the War of 1812, but it also masks the underlying tensions and challenges that the country would soon face. Despite the appearance of harmony, the era of good feelings was marked by significant political, economic, and social changes that would shape the future of the United States. Post-war nationalism and the presidency of James Monroe. The War of 1812 had left the United States deeply divided, with the Federalist Party largely discredited due to their opposition to the war. The war also highlighted the country's weaknesses in terms of defense, infrastructure, and foreign policy. However, the war's end in 1815 brought about a sense of victory and national pride. The British had been repelled, and the United States had stood its ground against the world's most powerful empire. While the Treaty of Ghent, which ended the war, essentially restored the status quo, Americans felt a newfound confidence in their nation's ability to defend itself and chart its own course on the global stage. James Monroe, who became the fifth president of the United States in 1817, presided over this period of post-war nationalism. Monroe, a Democratic Republican, was widely seen as a unifying figure. His presidency was characterized by a sense of national purpose and a focus on strengthening the federal government, expanding the nation's territory, and improving relations with foreign powers. Monroe's election was followed by a period of one-party rule, as the Federalist Party had effectively disbanded after the War of 1812, leaving the Democratic-Republican Party as the dominant political force. Monroe's presidency was marked by a number of significant achievements, including the establishment of the Monroe Doctrine, which declared the Western Hemisphere off-limits to further European colonization and intervention. This doctrine solidified the United States' role as a protector of the Americas and signaled the country's growing influence in global affairs. Monroe also worked to improve the country's internal infrastructure, advocating for the construction of roads, canals, and other public works to help bind the growing nation together. Economic growth and the American system. The years following the War of 1812 saw significant economic growth in the United States. The country began to shift from an agrarian economy to one that was increasingly industrial and urban. The Industrial Revolution, which had already begun in Europe, began to take hold in the United States as well. Factories, particularly in the Northeast, began producing textiles, machinery, and other goods that were in high demand. The rise of manufacturing led to the growth of cities and the expansion of the middle class, creating new opportunities for Americans and fueling economic growth. One of the most significant proponents of economic development during this period was Henry Clay, a prominent politician from Kentucky. Clay championed a program known as the American System, which aimed to promote national unity and economic self-sufficiency. The American System called for the establishment of a national bank to provide a stable currency, a protective tariff to encourage domestic manufacturing, and a system of internal improvements to enhance transportation and communication across the country. Clay's American System was designed to support the growth of American industry, reduce dependence on foreign goods, and strengthen the nation's infrastructure. It was an ambitious plan that sought to create a more interconnected and self-sustaining nation. However, the American System was also controversial, particularly in the South, where many states depended on agriculture and were less enthusiastic about federal support for manufacturing and infrastructure. Despite this, the system had a lasting impact on the country, especially in terms of fostering the development of transportation networks such as roads and canals, which were crucial for the movement of goods and people across the growing nation. The expansion of territory. During the era of good feelings, the United States also continued its territorial expansion. The acquisition of new lands, particularly in the West, was seen as essential for the country's growth and prosperity. One of the most significant territorial additions during this period was the acquisition of Florida from Spain in 1819 through the Adams-Onis Treaty. This treaty settled border disputes between the United States and Spain, and it gave the U.S. control of Florida, which had long been a source of tension due to its proximity to southern states and its role as a haven for runaway slaves and Native American tribes. In addition to acquiring Florida, the United States continued to expand westward through the process of settlement and land acquisition. The idea of manifest destiny, the belief that the U.S. was destined to expand across the continent, began to take hold during this period, although it would not be fully realized until the following decades. The opening of the West, fueled by land grants and the establishment of new territories, spurred migration and settlement, leading to the creation of new states, particularly in the Midwest and South. Political division and the decline of the era. Despite the optimism of the era of good feelings, there were underlying tensions and divisions that would soon come to the forefront. One of the key issues was the question of slavery. As the nation expanded westward, the issue of whether new states should be admitted as free or slave states became more contentious. The Missouri Compromise of 1820, which allowed Missouri to enter the Union as a slave state while simultaneously admitting Maine as a free state, temporarily settled the issue by maintaining a balance between free and slave states in the Senate. However, the underlying tensions over slavery would continue to grow and eventually lead to the Civil War. The era of good feelings also witnessed the emergence of a more organized political system. The Democratic-Republican Party, which had dominated American politics since the founding of the nation, began to fracture over issues like internal improvements, tariffs, and slavery. This fracture would lead to the formation of new political parties in the 1820s, including the Democratic Party under Andrew Jackson and the Whig Party, which was formed in opposition to Jackson's policies. The legacy of the era of good feelings. The era of good feelings, despite its name, was a time of both unity and division. On the one hand, the United States experienced unprecedented economic growth, territorial expansion, and a sense of national pride following the War of 1812. On the other hand, it was also a time of political division, particularly over issues like slavery and the role of the federal government. The accomplishments of the period, such as the Monroe Doctrine, the expansion of territory, and the development of infrastructure, set the stage for the United States' future growth and influence on the world stage. The era of good feelings was, in many ways, a transitional period in American history, one that bridged the gap between the early years of the Republic and the more tumultuous decades that followed. It was a time of optimism, but also a time when the United States faced the difficult task of reconciling its ideals of liberty and democracy with the realities of slavery economic inequality, and political strife. The legacy of the era of good feelings would be felt in the years to come as the United States continued to grapple with these challenges and work toward fulfilling its promise as a nation. The period from 1829 to 1837, marked by the presidency of Andrew Jackson, is often referred to as the Jacksonian era. This time in American history was characterized by a shift in political power, a focus on populist ideals, and significant political, social, and economic change. Andrew Jackson, the seventh President of the United States, embodied the rise of the common man in American politics. His presidency marked a transformation in the political landscape and a move toward greater democracy and expanded participation in government. However, Jackson's era was also one marked by deep divisions and controversies, particularly regarding issues like Native American removal, slavery, and the role of the federal government. The rise of Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson was a man of the people. Born in 1767 in the backwoods of the Carolinas to poor Scotch-Irish immigrant parents, Jackson rose from humble beginnings to become a national hero. He was known for his military service, particularly his victory over the British at the Battle of New Orleans during the War of 1812. This victory catapulted him to national fame, making him a symbol of strength, resilience, and patriotism. His populist appeal, his persona as a self-made man who fought for the common people, resonated deeply with Americans, especially those in the western and southern regions. In 1828, Jackson ran for president as the candidate of the Democratic Party. His opponent was John Quincy Adams, who was the incumbent president and a member of the established political elite. Jackson's campaign was fiercely populist, and he capitalized on widespread discontent with the so-called corrupt bargain that had helped Adams win the presidency in 1824. In that election, Adams had won the presidency in the House of Representatives after no candidate had won a majority in the Electoral College. Jackson, having received the most votes in the popular election, felt that he had been cheated, and he made this perceived injustice a central issue in his 1828 campaign. Jackson's appeal to the common people, along with his strong stance on issues like westward expansion and a reduced role for the federal government, won him broad support, particularly among farmers, working-class citizens, and those living in the frontier regions. He defeated Adams in a landslide, becoming the seventh president of the United States. His victory was seen as a triumph of democracy, as it represented a break from the old political elite and the rise of a new political force, driven by the will of the people. Jacksonian democracy. Jackson's presidency is often seen as a reflection of the ideals of Jacksonian democracy, which emphasize the expansion of political participation and power for the common man. Under Jackson, suffrage was expanded to include all white men, not just landowners, as it had been in the past. This shift in voting rights dramatically increased the electorate and allowed for greater participation by ordinary citizens in the political process. Jackson's supporters argued that the government should be run for the benefit of the people, not just for a privileged few. He was a champion of the idea that government should be directly accountable to the people, and that the interests of the common man should take precedence over the interests of the wealthy elite, precedence over those of the wealthy elite. He sought to dismantle what he saw as the entrenched systems of power, including the national bank, which he believed favored the wealthy and undermined democracy. In line with Jacksonian principles, the Democratic Party expanded its influence across the nation, especially in the South and West, where Jackson had strong support. The party adopted populist rhetoric, championing the interests of farmers and laborers, while criticizing the concentration of wealth and power in the hands of a few. Jackson himself, a self-made man who had risen from poverty to become president, was seen as a symbol of the American dream, a man who embodied the values of hard work, perseverance, and self-reliance, the spoils system. One of Jackson's most controversial policies was his implementation of the spoils system, the practice of rewarding political supporters with government jobs. Jackson believed that government positions should not be reserved for an educated elite, but should instead be accessible to ordinary citizens. By appointing loyal Democrats to key positions in the federal government, Jackson sought to break the hold that established elites had on power. While Jackson's supporters saw this as a democratic way of ensuring that government officials represented the will of the people, his critics argued that it led to corruption and inefficiency. Many of Jackson's appointees were inexperienced and ill-prepared for the responsibilities of their positions, which led to a decline in the quality of public administration. The spoils system became a focal point for those who saw Jackson's brand of democracy as dangerously populist and detrimental to good governance. The Indian Removal Act and the Trail of Tears. One of the most tragic and controversial aspects of Jackson's presidency was his policy toward Native Americans. Jackson, a staunch supporter of westward expansion, believed that the removal of Native Americans from their ancestral lands was necessary for the growth of the United States. He championed the Indian Removal Act of 1830, which authorized the federal government to negotiate treaties that would force Native American tribes to leave their lands in the southeastern United States and relocate to lands west of the Mississippi River, in what is now Oklahoma. The Indian Removal Act led to the forced relocation of thousands of Native Americans, most notably the Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, and Seminole tribes. The forced march, known as the Trail of Tears, resulted in the deaths of thousands of Native Americans from exposure, disease, and starvation. Despite widespread protests and legal challenges, including a Supreme Court ruling in Worcester versus Georgia, 1832, that upheld the rights of the Cherokee, Jackson refused to enforce the court's decision and continued with the policy of removal. Jackson's actions were justified by the belief that the relocation of Native Americans was in their best interest and would protect them from the encroachment of white settlers. However, the reality of the policy was one of cruelty, dispossession, and death. The Indian Removal Act remains one of the darkest chapters in the history of the United States, and Jackson's role in it has been a subject of ongoing debate and criticism. The Bank War. Another major issue during Jackson's presidency was his battle against the Second Bank of the United States, which he saw as an institution that concentrated too much power in the hands of wealthy elites and corporations. Jackson believed that the National Bank, led by Nicholas Biddle, was corrupt, and that its control over the country's finances favored the rich at the expense of ordinary Americans. In 1832, when the bank's charter came up for renewal, Jackson vetoed the re-charter bill, arguing that the bank was unconstitutional and undemocratic. Jackson's opposition to the bank became known as the Bank War. He withdrew federal funds from the bank and deposited them in state-chartered banks, known as pet banks. This move contributed to a financial crisis and the eventual collapse of the Second Bank of the United States. While Jackson's critics argued that his actions were reckless and destabilizing, his supporters saw his fight against the bank as a victory for the common man and a blow against elitism. The legacy of the Jacksonian era. Andrew Jackson's presidency had a profound and lasting impact on the United States. His vision of a democratic republic, where the common man had a greater say in the political process, reshaped American politics. Jackson's policies expanded suffrage to all white men, made the presidency a more powerful office, and entrenched the two-party system in American politics. However, Jackson's era was also marked by contradictions. His populist ideals coexisted with policies that disproportionately harmed Native Americans and expanded the institution of slavery. While he fought for the rights of the white man, his presidency contributed to the suffering and displacement of Native Americans, as well as the deepening divisions over slavery that would eventually lead to the Civil War. Jackson's legacy is complex and remains a subject of debate. He is celebrated as a champion of democracy and the common man, but his policies also reveal the limitations and injustices of that vision. The Jacksonian era represents both the triumphs and contradictions of American democracy in its early years. The Jacksonian era, while marked by a sense of national pride and expansion, was also a time of growing tensions between the federal government and the states. One of the most significant crises during Andrew Jackson's presidency was the nullification crisis of 1832 to 1833. This conflict revolved around the issue of states' rights and the balance of power between the federal government and the states, a debate that would continue to shape the political landscape of the United States for decades. The Tariff of Abominations. The origins of the nullification crisis can be traced back to the issue of tariffs, which had long been a contentious topic in American politics. A tariff is a tax on imported goods, and in the early 19th century, tariffs were used primarily to protect American industry by making foreign goods more expensive. However, while tariffs benefited industrial regions in the North, they were deeply unpopular in the South, where the economy relied on agriculture and the importation of goods from abroad. In 1828, Congress passed a tariff that became known as the Tariff of Abominations because it imposed high duties on imported goods, particularly wool, iron, and other products essential to the Southern economy. Southern states, particularly South Carolina, were outraged by the tariff, as it increased the cost of living and harmed their economy. The South felt that the tariff unfairly benefited the North at the expense of the South, and many Southerners began to argue that they should have the right to reject or nullify federal laws they deemed unconstitutional or harmful to their interests. John C. Calhoun and the doctrine of nullification. At the heart of the nullification crisis was John C. Calhoun, a leading political figure from South Carolina and vice president under both John Quincy Adams and Andrew Jackson. Calhoun was a strong advocate for states' rights and believed that the federal government should be limited in its power. He argued that states had the right to reject or nullify any federal law that they believed violated the Constitution or infringed on their rights. Calhoun's opposition to the Tariff of Abominations led him to write a series of essays known as the South Carolina Exposition and Protest, 1828. In which he advanced the theory of nullification. Calhoun argued that since the federal government was a creation of the states had the ultimate authority to interpret the Constitution and to reject any federal law they deemed unconstitutional. In his view, if a state believed a federal law violated the Constitution, it could refuse to enforce the law within its borders. Calhoun's argument for nullification was rooted in the idea of a compact between the states and the federal government. He believed that the states had voluntarily joined the Union and therefore had the right to dissolve their agreement with the federal government if it overstepped its bounds. This theory of nullification was a direct challenge to the authority of the federal government and raised the question of whether the United States could remain a unified nation under such a system. South Carolina's defiance. In response to the Tariff of Abominations and Calhoun's ideas, South Carolina's legislature passed an ordinance of nullification in 1832, declaring that the tariff was unconstitutional and that it would not be enforced in the state. This was a direct challenge to the authority of the federal government, and it set the stage for a major confrontation between South Carolina and President Andrew Jackson. Jackson, who was a staunch nationalist and supporter of federal power, saw the nullification crisis as a direct threat to the unity of the nation. He was determined to preserve the authority of the federal government and to prevent any state from defying federal laws. Jackson's response to the crisis was swift and forceful. He issued a proclamation stating that nullification was illegal and that the Union must be preserved at all costs. He also authorized the use of military force to enforce federal laws in South Carolina, warning that any attempt to defy the federal government would be met with resistance. The Force Bill and Compromise. The nullification crisis reached a boiling point in 1833 when President Jackson requested Congress to pass the Force Bill, which would grant him the authority to use military force to collect tariffs in South Carolina. Jackson's position was clear. No state had the right to defy federal authority, and he was prepared to use the full power of the government to ensure that the law was upheld. While Jackson's stance was resolute, the crisis was eventually defused through diplomatic negotiations. A compromise tariff, known as the Compromise Tariff of 1833, was introduced by Henry Clay, a leading political figure from Kentucky. The compromise reduced the tariff rates gradually over the next decade, addressing the concerns of the South while still preserving the authority of the federal government. South Carolina, faced with the threat of military action and the promise of a reduced tariff, backed down from its position of nullification. The state repealed its nullification ordinance and accepted the compromise, avoiding a confrontation with the federal government. However, the underlying issues of states' rights and the power of the federal government remained unresolved, and the nullification crisis would set the stage for future political and constitutional battles over slavery, states' rights, and the role of the federal government. The legacy of the nullification crisis. The nullification crisis marked a turning point in American politics. It highlighted the deep divisions between the North and South, particularly over economic issues like tariffs, and it set the stage for the larger debates over states' rights and federal authority that would continue to shape the nation in the coming decades. The crisis also exposed the limits of Jacksonian democracy. While Jackson's firm stance on preserving the Union was widely praised at the time, his actions against South Carolina raised important questions about the use of federal power and the balance between state sovereignty and national authority. The ideas of nullification and states' rights would continue to play a central role in American politics, particularly in the South, where the defense of states' rights became intertwined with the defense of slavery. In the years leading up to the Civil War, the issue of nullification would resurface as Southern states argued that they had the right to secede from the Union and to nullify federal laws they found objectionable. Ultimately, the question of states' rights and federal authority would become one of the most contentious issues in American history, leading to the secession of Southern states and the outbreak of the Civil War. The nullification crisis, however, did have one positive outcome. It demonstrated that the United States could navigate a political crisis without resorting to war. The peaceful resolution of the conflict through compromise and diplomacy showed that, despite the tensions, the Union was capable of finding solutions to its problems. The crisis also helped to solidify the power of the presidency, as Jackson's strong response to South Carolina's defiance reinforced the idea that the president was the ultimate guardian of the Union, top of form, bottom of form.